Weapon Hour with our very special guest, Steve Buscemi. It's time to play the intro. It's time to chug mustard. It's time to meet the gingers on Peach's stream tonight. It's time to pet the baby. It's time to shake the bag. It's time to order McDonald's on Peach's stream tonight. Why do you guys come here?
I guess I'll never know.
It's like a kind of torture to manage this shit show.
Shadow puzzle.
And now let's get things started. Why don't you get things started? It's time to read donations on the most sensational, incontainable, unbeatable, blind debatable. This is what we call the Ruby Weapon Stream.
What?
Why would you do that? Oh, wow. Hello today, and welcome to the Ruby Weapon Hour. I am Paige. Some may call me Peach. Some have other names for me. Hello. Wah. Sorry, I look and feel like shit. This is what it is. I am streaming from hell, as you can see. Welcome. Sorry for the last minute letting you know I was streaming again. I have a nasty habit of doing that. I meant to let you guys know either last night or today. Forgot. Okay, so where's the window? The window's up there. Or at least that's one of the windows. There's actually like a huge... So what you never see is there's a giant thing of window here. Just like, it's beautiful. And you look outside and it's stunning and gorgeous, but it has to stay closed all the time. And it's just red and shit. So everything in here comes off like way redder than it actually is. So our faces always look redder, etc. We can occasionally see the whole floor. Oh dear. That's fine. You know. Pat mentioned on the podcast you were going to stream, but I guess he forgot to remind you to post about it. Yeah, see, it's his fault, really, when you think about it. Are you and Pat going to do up the office like the Red Room in Twin Peaks? You know what? Why not? I guess it kind of, because doesn't it have like a floor like that? Isn't it kind of like that? Is the bowl for Skelmo? Sometimes. Yeah, I know. There's just like a random bowl there. It's for Boos. I don't know why he chose to use one of like our cereal bowls. Kind of a interesting thing to do. This is the reddest the stream has been. It's because it's golden hour right now. So it kind of starts to glow a little bit and get a little orangier. The stream cave is very red and brown color coded. Wait till you see my office. It's pretty interesting. So this is technically Pat's office. So I come in here, just used his shit because, it doesn't look like hell back here. It just looks a little weird. Whereas in my office, there's boxes everywhere. So we got to clean that up. That's why. It's called Golden Hour because it has this really pretty, like, everybody looks great in Golden Hour. If you want to look your best, take a picture during Golden Hour. Some of my favorite colors happen during Golden Hour. It's what Golden Hour looks like on like a plant. It gives off this like peridot green that I think is so pretty. When the sun hits your hair just right, it looks golden. Oh my God, thank you. Thanks. It's my hair is very dull and nasty right now. I wore a hat most of the day, and then I had it up in like a knot, like just a shitty little bun, and like did a bunch of sweating, and then I took it down. And I'm like, fuck it, whatever, because I think I look like extra weird with my hair up. I've been really enjoying these more frequent streams. I have too. I am really enjoying it. I am Pleased as punch to be here. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. I was going to take or I was going to have a drink of Monster, and then it got too late and I didn't want to be up till 2 a.m. So unfortunately, I am just going to be a little sleepy. Pat said there's an entire section on Steam of games recommended by Pat, just letting you go. No. What? What do you mean? Oh, so Pat wants me to do a series where it's called, I thought The Patrician's Choice, where I have to play games that he tells me to, that he thinks I'll like, but I don't think I will. I don't think I'll like them. Maybe I'll do that. It does sound fun. It's just because you're like, I don't know. So it's basically his wheel. It would be Pat's wheel of. You didn't play Bloodborne or watch Fallout. That's true. That's true. Those were thanks to you, somewhat. Some also other people. Pat believes wives should submit to their husbands. Can you believe it? Beat the backlog's backlog. I'm going to call mine Hit the Backlog. If you know what I mean, ladies. And I think you do. Pat says women can't make choices. That's right. They can't make their own choices. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Pat. Wow. Trad wife Steam list. Oh, Lord. Hit it from the... Pat, no. Okay, hold on. I'll get there. But you have to find me that timestamp like I asked for. So here's a question. Who saw the podcast today? So the podcast was on Monday, again today, which was not, I think that was a fairly last minute thing. It's not like an ongoing thing from what I understand. No, I did. I texted you. I said, what's the timestamp? Goofball. Give me that. All right. So what happened on the podcast today? Oddly, so fantastic podcast. That was one of the funniest, best podcasts that the boys have done in a while. Wooly said the craziest thing, and I need you to see it. I need you to see it, because if I just explain it, you're going to go, oh, she's full of shit. No, you need to see it from his mouth and brain and with his words. And so I'm going to wait for Pat to give me the timestamp. It's wild. You could not waterboard some of that information out of me. You could slice me into bits and chop off my nipples and, feed them to me. And I would still be like, I'm not telling you this story. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I dropped the key. It's so wild. No, just stop hinting at what is to come. See what I did there? And allow me to, show you so that you don't have preconceived notions. I don't know. Sometimes, okay. People like to think that Pat is the crazier friender. And I respect that. However, they are incorrect. It's wrong. It's just not correct. I think Wooly is crazier. I think that Wooly is weirder. I think he hides it better. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Okay. 1 second. We're gonna watch it together. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So let me try to find the right place. Oh, I'm getting very confused. Oh, where are you guys? Oh no. Sorry, I saw their chat and I was like, that's weird. That's not what they're saying. There you are. Yeah, Pat doesn't have like I don't think I have the balls to admit something like this. Like I don't know. Like if I did this, I don't think I would tell Pat. Yeah, Pat just doesn't do things like that. He really doesn't. Pat is so like Pat's really fucking weird, but at the same time, he is very like, yeah, Pat poops naked and he won't eat pickles. That's the kind of like he's so kooky. Right? This is like on a different level. Hold on. I think. Maybe you'll think differently. All right, let me make sure I've got this going right. Oh, I just really wanted to show you. Wooly's so funny. Yeah, no, Pat not liking pickle. Listen, he's wrong. He's wrong about it. Oh my God, just shut the fuck up. Stop giving it away. Oh God, you guys are annoying. All right, I love you. All right. Oh my God. Oh, no spoilers. Okay. Oh, this is going to be really weird. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Because it's going to want to show you. Oh, wait, no, I think I did it. I did it. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to do this. Sorry, I just want to make sure I do this correctly. Do. And then, hold on. Okay. This is the time, close to the timestamp Pat gave me. Here we go. All right. I don't care for that. How do I... Sorry, 1 second. I'm looking at something. I don't care for that. Hold on. Please hold. Oh, there we go. 1 second. Do I need help? No, I don't think so. No, I got it. I got this. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's fucking stupid. Don't bring your hot, juicy breasts over here. You stay back. All right. Hopefully the sound won't be so crazy. Okay. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Can you hear me? Okay. Let's see. We'll start here.
It's crazy, you know? So knowing how bad that is.
Can you hear that okay?
It takes work to get used to being like, nah, fuck it.
Now
but
you've got cool tattoos all over.
Okay.
Yeah. Just look up, put the camera behind me, not in front.
What do you mean it's over too far? I don't know. Oh, these like, I'm in incognito mode. I don't know who most of these people are. How do I move it over? I mean, it doesn't matter. We can see all the channels and you're cutting off half my head. First of all, I see your head and it's fine. I don't know those channels. It's fine. I know some of them. Oh, I know Queso. I like Queso. Okay, ready? Yeah, we're not here for you, Pat. This is the Paige show. There's a collapse button on the channel. Oh, wait. Oh, nope. That just makes it huge. Well, it's fine. Queso's been in a lot of pain? Why? Oh, no. What do you mean resize the window? Oh, my God. I'm too dumb for this shit. What do you mean, Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're here for the audio, but Pat's making me feel nervous. I have no idea. I don't know how to fix it. Whatever. Who fucking cares? Whatever. Okay. Sorry. I don't know. What's going on with Queso? Is he okay? Okay. All right, here we go.
Fine. Anyway, that project is done for the moment. I have other fun ideas that I'd like to do in other places, but I'm gonna let that settle for a little bit. I have some fun potentially
So I think Woolie's talking about tattoos, if I'm not mistaken here.
more painful spots I could target, but we'll get there when the idea strikes. You learn a lot about meditation and pain, though. I'll tell you what, you really do get to know yourself.
Oh, just disassociate.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to your trauma zone and unfocus your eyes and just leave your body.
Yep.
And then just come back later.
Yep, that works. I can confirm that works. Getting porked up, getting all hot and bothered.
Look at
just
Pat.
putting yourself in some good old memories, hitting the Rolodex. That could work too. Whatever can distract you. I swear to God. Even a.
What?
I am literally. There's at one point where my body.
Look how red he's getting.
There's at one point where my body's in so much pain that I'm like, think of the best moments you've had in your life, and I'm literally thinking of great memories of fun times that have happened, and I'm like trying to get anywhere away from my mind to not feel the pain, and that actually helped. Does that make sense?
You talking about fucking dating back to your goon memories while getting a fucking tattoo?
I'm talking about thinking about good times that have happened to literally try to get your brain going elsewhere when you're feeling the pain at its worst. Yes, thinking of sex. That's literally what I'm talking about. This is why is this what is
this is a really awkward scenario that I'm concerned. All right.
I'm dead serious. Like you're whatever you can, and at that point, there's a point where that stops working too, right? There's a point where like you're just kind of like, especially when your body's at maximum tired, right? I'm just being real, and
you're just saying what everybody else is too scared to say.
I'm just saying I'm being honest, right? You thinking of like what disassociating whatever like your fucking memories are. I had that, right? I had this. And at one point, and then at certain points you kind of just do thinking of nothing, right? You do the just actual meditation, just breathing, thinking about your breath. And when you think about your breath, you kind of notice that inhaling actually makes it hurt more than exhaling for some reason. You know, there's just little things like that you get to kind of, and then you can interface with pain in a way where you can go, it feels like you can go under it or over it. It's a hard to describe thing, but anyway, the point is that I even at one point kind of relaxed myself into like falling asleep while I was getting inked.
This is when Pat's like,
cool.
It was
bitch,
like,
you
that was
get in
nice
here
because
right
I was
now.
like, oh, this is great. I have a
saying.
really nice endorphin like spot going here, and I kind of was like, okay, I can almost like nod off and lean into it, and I did, and I was like, okay, awesome.
What?
And then I had a little sleep twitch, and the artist was like, whoa, and I was like, fuck. Nothing happened. Is okay, but I was like,
Do you mean a
shit.
hypnagogic jerk?
I like, you know, you do you ever get like while you're sleeping?
Falling asleep one?
Yeah, no, maybe, but just sometimes when I'm falling asleep, or not mid sleep, but like falling asleep, you do a little.
Yeah, that's called a hypnagogic.
Okay, so like it's not like he admitted to killing a man, which we all know he did do. Don't believe his lies. But that's you don't think it's that crazy. Going into surgeries, I always try to think of the happiest moments of my life. Absolutely. But are you like thinking about like ass? Are you thinking about like ass? You know what I mean? Cuz I also try to do that, but I'm not thinking about like I'm not thinking about that. Anything to get my mind off the pain. I don't know if it's not that I don't believe you. I'm not calling you a liar. But I don't know if you're trying to get an erection before you You know, I mean, hey, if you do, that's your business. Oh, man. It's like, I love titties, but I can't say seeing them ranks as the happiest moment of my life. Yeah, I think the erection part was an exaggeration. I don't. Maybe you and me, because he was just being real. Oh my God. Pat says maybe you and me are built different, Paige, but I feel like you and I's solution is like, don't be a baby and ignore being in pain. I mean, yeah. Or like, well, no, you can't really take too many medicines before getting a tattoo because, you know, bleeding and being drunk is not good. You can't do that. Or you really shouldn't. I don't. Okay. Look. Yeah. He didn't admit to killing anybody, but it's just kind of like a surprising thing to admit to many people, right? And I don't know. I've admitted to like some weird stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, this was a rough podcast for Pat. I felt bad for him. This is kind of tame. Really? Are you willing to admit in front of thousands of people that you're getting porked up at like the deli? You know what I mean? Because you're impatient, waiting. You're like, I am. Yeah. No. I don't believe you, Dodongo. No. Got some kinky fuckers in this chat. Good Lord. Yeah, and then there's the diaper shit that they were talking about, which was crazy. And Wooly like really thought about what if every time this was by the way, I'm shitting on Wooly. This was a great podcast. This is the best Wooly has ever been, I think. Very funny. He's like, yo, here's what would, what would happen if you shit every time you nutted? And like, and then they just started talking about diapers. It was really funny. Anyway, it was a good time. Whatever. I've had gooning thoughts during college lectures because I was bored, I'll admit. I mean, that to me is not as wild as getting like a needle blasted into your arm and you're thinking about booty cheeks and penis and vaginas and God knows what else. Is not boredom a type of pain? Perhaps. Having sex outside would probably be the norm if you shit every time you can. Here's a question, right? What kind of shit? See, this is what I would have added to I would have been like, what kind of shit? Like, is it just like, or is it like, you know what I'm saying? Like what? No, that's kind of important. It's an important question to ask. I assume explosive. That's what I think. There's also the seepy kind, right? Seepage. Yeah, nobody's getting no fiber over here. Hilarious. As explosive as the nut. No. Gross. No. Certain positions would completely be off the table. I mean, yeah. 69 is out. Never. Would a toilet or paper be necessary? That changes. Wait, what? What do you mean? If you're pooping, a toilet and paper, or at least like a bidet, is necessary, right? Oh. Doggy style only, but it's called that because you shit on the carpet. Well, no, because then they're shitting on you, right? Or you're shitting on someone. Like, I feel like, well, it depends on who you are. If you are, I'm trying to think. Now I'm thinking about it, like how to best have some kind of way to, well, I guess you'd just have to be like, if it's only when you nut, you'd have to be like, do not coom until I'm away, right? Because otherwise, Let's be real here. How many y'all in chat are gay men? Because getting a bit of poop on your dick is not an impossible problem then. What does one do when you... I feel like I've asked this before, but what do you do when you get, like, shit on your dick? Like, what happens? What do you mean? What do I mean? Do you... Well, no, like, do you go, ew, and get out? Or do you go, oh, haha, is it like a queef? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it like a queef? You wipe it off and move on. You tip your hat and bid good day. You pretend it didn't happen. you die. Oh no. Yuck. You just kind of ignore it. Wow, are there a lot of gay dudes in here, or is it a lot of just people who engage in poopy butthole sex? Oh, my ex liked anal. Gross. You know, I used to have this joke. I think if you've been watching me for a long time, you know that it's a stupid thing where I would just be like, you know, any woman who says she likes anal, she's lying. And it was just like, it was funny. Because I did that one time. This girl was so like, oh yeah, and I just knew she was full of shit. I like actually completely full of shit. She's like, I love anal, la la la, at this party. And I went, no, you don't. She's like, yeah, I do. And I was like, all women who say that, liars. And she was so mad. I did it just to be an asshole. 'Cause she was such a dick. But oh, you prove it, right? Gross. How can you love anal while full of shit? I just butt fuck. $20 is $20. You know what? I can't help but respect it. Yeah, no, I think anal's the kind of thing that you really got to talk to your partner about beforehand, but nobody does it apparently. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't just kind of spontaneously get up all in the guts, right? Because somebody's got to prepare the night before and eat well and, yeah, like a day in advance. I do know that, right? Wait, there was that Nair butt guy? What do you mean? I need to know. Otherwise you hit log? No, stop. Spider-Man, nobody hit log. Nobody hit log. Don't do it. Anal is definitely something that has to be talked about, prepared for. It is important. Look up hair, nair, butt removal video. Well, I can't right now. I want to keep my channel. Ugh. But remind me to look that up later, please. Are y'all out there hitting your logs? Gross. Wait, no, that sounds worse. Wait, is it worse? Also bad. The dude that had a tutorial. Oh, wait. Oh, it's how to remove your butthole hairs with Nair. I do know. Okay, he's infamous for showing his asshole on YouTube and not getting it taken down because it is tagged as educational content. Yeah, dude. I remember when I was learning how to breastfeed, which, like, there is a learning curve. Like, it's a little weird. And I heard that there were some YouTube videos I could look at, and I was like, okay. And there's just like full titty out there, and it's just like, oh, okay. So I'm not surprised that there's like how to nair your butthole. Not surprised. I've told you guys about the person who like handed me an enema in like a new enema, like unused, obviously, in like a plastic bag, right? And was like, this will solve all your problems. And I was just like, this is someone like me and Pat know. And we were just like, what the fuck? I've told you that, right? There's a video where a guy tries to guess. No, this is like someone we like know very well. And they're not a homeless person, you know, just a regular middle-class person being like, hey. Because, like I was walking around and I was just like, oh. And they were like, what's wrong? I was like, oh, I think I ate too much. You know, I just got a little tummy ache. Like, I think I just ate too much or something. And they took me aside and they were like, hey, and pulled out of their bag and was like, you should take this. This is going to solve all your problems. If you feel this way, have an enema. If you feel that way, have this enema. It's going to solve all your problems. And me and Pat were like, what? Like, what do you mean? Right? So like I felt a little blessed. They gave me their emergency enema. Why were they carrying it around? That is a good question. Why this person was carrying around an enema? Just, yeah, it's dangerous to go alone. Take it. I'm serious. It was weird. Pat and I laugh about it all the time. It was very strange. This person did it. So I didn't use it. I did keep it because it's so funny. And every time I open a drawer and find it, I laugh my ass off. But like, no. Although I do remember when Pat had to go to the hospital because he couldn't shit. I remember saying to him, I'm like, just have an enema. And he's like, no. And he was like mad crying. And I was like, please just get an enema. And I feel so bad. I was laughing so hard at him because all he had to do was shit. And he's like, Paige, I'm dying. I'm like, you're not dying. You just need to poop. Have some prune juice. And he was just like seething mad about me. When did that happen? Oh my God. That's like, Pat, if you're here, when was that? Like 7-8 years ago? Longer than that, maybe 7, 8, 9 years ago. Oh man. Crazy. He was so mad. And he was so mad. And I'm like, just, yeah, you know, I'm giving him all these like things that are like, just use this and you'll shit. And I'm like, we'll go get an enema. He's like, no, I can't do it myself. Cause like he and I are both like terrified of our own assholes. Like we're not gonna deal with it. And he was like, you know, and I was like, Pat, I'll just do it. And he was like, no, fuck you. And he was it's like laughed at him for like 3 hours. And then he's like, I have to go to the hospital. And I'm like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna die. I'm like, you're not dying. So we had to like taxi or Uber. I think it might have been before Uber. I don't remember, but we got to the hospital and he's like, ugh. And how long had he not shit? For a really long time. You could give him an enema, but then you'd have to get divorced. Exactly. That's what happens. That poor Uber driver. I know. Well, he kept himself silent, but he like wouldn't talk to me. And I was just like over there laughing at him. Oh, it was so funny. Like, look, it wasn't funny that he was in pain. What was funny was that I was like giving him all these solutions and I'm like, just do any of these things. Just no. So then we get there and then he gets in and the nurse is like, okay, I will, here's an enema. And he's like, no. And she's like, okay, I'll do it. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like so excited. He's like, get the fuck out. And I'm like, oh, come on. And so he made me leave. He made me leave while the sexy French nurse gave good times. He said she wasn't sexy, but she was. I thought she was really pretty. And I was like, you know, no, but I did want to be there, you know, for moral support. No. Do I still have his enema? No. God, no. Is that why you told him to get out during labor? No, what happened was I was in labor and he just kept like pacing and I was like, oh, stop fucking pace. He loves to pace when he's nervous. And I'm like, stop pacing. You're making me so anxious. Like I need Zen here. And he's like, well, fucking, what do you want me to do? I'm like, just calm down. And then he's like, well, I'm going to cancel my stream. And I'm like, why? He's like, 'cause you're giving birth. And I'm like, no, don't. And he's like, why? And I had my idea. I was like, you should go do the stream because it's a sponsored stream that couldn't be moved. Could not be moved. It was either do it or don't. And you know, he was just like, but I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You signed a contract. I don't want you to, what's the word? Break the contract. So just go. Also, use the money to buy me and the baby like a sick diaper bag or something. And he's like, ugh. And he left, and you can go back and you can watch that stream, and you can watch him like sweating bullets because he did not tell you guys what was happening. So he was just like freaking the fuck out the whole time. Did you make him leave because he didn't let you stay for his enema? I'll never tell. Which stream? Was it a double dragon or something dragon? I think it might be double dragon. Let me ask him. Hey, what was the stream where I'm in labor? Lol. Yeah, I made him go. I was like, get the fuck out. Yeah, double dragon. I think that's it. So if you want to see Pat like sweating for like 2 hours, 3 hours, double dragon. It was a double dragon. I feel like he did tell us a very short time afterward, and a lot of people forgot. I did not. I think he said sometime after, but not during the stream. Yeah, Double Dragon, Rise of the Dragon. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that was pretty funny. Double Dragon Gaiden. Okay. If you had twins, would you have given them each half of an amulet? I was so scared that we were going to have twins. I was scared. Oh, excuse me. Because I have twins in my family. And then that means their names absolutely would have to be Dante and Virgil. Like we would have no choice. But anyway, my heart is filled with light. Bimmy and Jammy. Bimmy and Jammy. All right, hey guys, do you want, we can do a number of things, of course. Let me X out of here. We can do some Am I the Asshole? We can do some Dead by Daylight. I have not played Dead by Daylight in, I think, 3 years now. I have not played it in forever. I am very interested in room reviews. Like of your rooms or just like rooms? I could do a room review. Maybe not right now, but I would love to do a room review. Yeah, I haven't played Dead by Daylight in so long. It's basically the same for Survivor. I do know that there's a 2 versus 2 killer 8 Survivor mode now, which is pretty cool. You post to Blue Sky and folks post their rooms for you to review. Ooh. I do like that. Yeah, I think that's a future stream thing. Ooh, you want to brag about your house? Yay! I would love that. Yeah, okay. We'll do that next time. That sounds really fun. Wait, why am I'm like looking over at you guys here. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that some other time. Oh, 2v8 is an event not currently going on, which sucks because it's fun. Oh, bummer. Bummer. I think that's a great... Why don't they have that all the time? Force viewers to clean their rooms. Paige, can you rate my Cozy Gamer Corner? I want to brag about it. Yes, absolutely. If you want to do more horror games, you could ask someone for some short horror game recommendations. Yes. I mean, I'm always interested in that. We were looking for some FMV stuff. I think I have played a brief jaunt through Contradiction, and for some, I think I got bored because I know you guys were like, "Oh, Contradiction," and I was like excited, and I was like, "I think I've played this before." I don't know if it was on stream, but I really feel like I played it before. Okay, you're talking about admitting to sex thoughts in public, but people out here just showing off their rooms, and that's infinitely crazier to me. I feel similarly in that I feel like the home is very personal. It's not like, oh God, don't look at, but I'm very personal, or I don't know how to say it, but I feel what you're saying. I think I understand and feel you on what you're saying. I'm not FMV expert, but I recall immortality being praised. I don't know if I know that one. You remember the rug? Everyone shit on me for that rug. I loved that. That rug was great. I really loved that rug. Alas, I have a really cool new rug. It's a ruggable, which I'm a little bit like about. But I do. It's what happened to the white boots? I still have them. They're a little harder to wear in Vancouver because like it rains so much here. Not like so much, but like it's not as bad as Seattle, but it makes me nervous to walk out with a lot of leather on. Oh, I never did play Her Story. I never did play that. Immortality is phenomenal, but it's got FMV sex scenes, iffy for streaming. I think Twitch's stance on that is if it's part of the game and like it's not just porn, I think it's fine. Question mark? I think it's fine, right? Like similar to how there's like sex in a movie, but it's not a porn movie, right? Are you going to play the textless visual novel for women? What is that? I don't know what that is. But I have a ruggable and it's the one I got the circle version and it's the sun in the middle and it's like an orangey yellow and it's really pretty and I like it very much. Eventually I'm going to move that into Galron's room. It's super cute. It's the VN for women who can't read. What? What is that called? Are you going to play Donkey Kong? I will be present for the Donkey Kong stream that Pat is doing this week. I believe that's Thursday. So I am definitely going to be here for that. And I'm very excited about it. I think they say don't make the nudity or sex scenes the focus of the stream. Yeah, I think that's right. What the fuck is a ruggable? That's a great question. A ruggable, it is a rug that you can just like a rug that you can throw in your washing machine and it's extremely washable. And at first I was like, oh, this is just like some kind of fucking gimmick, whatever. And then I like cleaned it with like my green machine and I was like, wow, that cleans up really well. I kind of prefer wool rugs though, but it's hard because I have an elderly cat, I've got a disabled dog, I've got a toddler. So, sorry, it sounds like I'm sponsored. I'm not. Will you put Boos in a Pauline costume for the DK stream? I will search for it, which I definitely have one of those in his size for sure. I told Pat, I was like, I want that dog to wear pants and he won't get that dog pants. I think he needs pants. His little butthole's out all the time. It makes me nervous. Super useful. My sister visited and her dog pissed on it. It was really nice to clean it easily. Exactly, yeah. So if Elmo, like, barfs on it, I can just go, whatever, and toss it in the washer or use my green machine pet rug cleaner thing, and it's so perfect. It's incredible. Give Caboose overalls. I would love that. To be fair, Paige, don't most buttholes make you nervous? Yes. Didn't you or Pat stream the old FMV pickup artist game that was a meme for a bit, Super Seducer? I don't think I did. I don't think Pat did either. I don't think so. I thought it might be fun to do that, but then I heard like he was kind of like actually weird in real life and I was like, Oh, did Adam play it? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think it came out like much later that he was like, I don't know if that's true though. Tell me if I don't know. Did you guys see Superman yet? No, it is not yet. Oh yeah, I think it is banned on Twitch. We have not seen Superman yet. We're gonna try. Now that we're not doing D&D, we actually have a budget to like go out. Because I have a very strong budget for like what we do each month, and D&D just ate into all entertainment and a lot of eating out stuff. So now that we have that back. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, Pat also talked about it on the podcast. Sadly, we had to quit the campaign, not because of anything anybody did at the table. We like everybody at that table, and a very amicable ending. Just unfortunately, like we were just looking at it and it was just like, this is so much money. And we like have been for the past few months, we've been like, this is a lot of money. And like, unless it's like, I'm having like a fucking mind blowing time, like I'm like, my brain is exploding because I'm having so much fun for this amount of money versus, what am I trying to say here? What am I trying to say? It's a lot of money for having just kind of a bit of fun. You know what I mean? Like for that amount of money, I want to be like, my mind is like exploding. Like if I'm going to do a hobby for that amount of money, I want to either have like mind-blowing fun, like crazy, or like for a hobby, like I come back with like a cool thing, like a scarf that I've made or something. But I, you know, and it was just pretty fun. It wasn't like blowing our tits off. What made it cost so much? Travel and babysitters. Good question. So it's most of it was childcare. So keep in mind this is Canadian money, but our sitter, who is also our good friend, has given us the friend price. She normally asks for a lot more, but Gowron is like so easy. She's just like, yeah, here, just whatever. So it's $25 an hour. She likes to, if we have her, she says she prefers to do 4-hour stints minimum. So that's perfect because that's the amount of time we would usually be at D&D. Sometimes we would go over though, and she would do it, but she'd be a little bit like, but we'd pay her. And she was fine with it. And that's $100 a pop. So do that 4 times a month, weekly, it's like, holy fucking shit. And then you've got driving there, gas. And then sometimes people need a ride because they don't have cars. So then that's more gas and more time, which means then we have to pay the sitter more. So it was just a mess. And I'm really bummed. Also, yeah, I would usually like buy pizza for the group, and which I don't regret. I loved feeding them, and you know. So just bummed out. Oh my God! Hi, Farfetched. How are you? How are you? How's it going? But yeah. So it's a bummer. I'm sad, but we really like the DM. He's a good buddy. I like everybody at that table. The only true problem, truly was Jimmy. And I haven't heard anything about him. I do know the guys that I was going to maybe do Warhammer stuff with, but they kind of poo-pooed him or poo-pooed me about him and let him do all that crazy shit. And so I was a little bit like, I don't know if I want to hang out with these people. But then they approached me, like I just saw them randomly and they were like, oh, hey, and they were happy to see me. So I was like, because I kind of got the impression that they didn't want to be like, not like be my best friend, but you know, like associate with me. Like maybe Jimmy had, I don't know. I just felt weird. So I was like, oh, hey. And then, so it was great. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. What happened with you getting kicked out of that Facebook group? Did you ever get put back so you could keep up with what's going on in the area? So Jimmy, who like absolutely batshit, it's so complicated, but he ran this Facebook group that had all the like the Warhammery nerdy stuff in this specific game and in this area that I really like. And because I blocked him because he said the creepiest shit to Pat, and I was just like, that's so disrespectful and creepy. I don't want to know you. Ew. I just immediately blocked him, was like, gone, be gone, after he left our D&D thing. He was like, well, fuck her, and then banned me from the Facebook group. So I didn't, and that's the only place where people talk about that, apparently, even though they do have a Discord that I'm in, but it's not at all the same, and it's not updated in the same way. So I'm just like, okay. I just noticed the ADHD tag on the stream. I know. So sorry, complicated. Essentially, so yeah, Jimmy, sorry, I am not explaining the story very well. If you want to know the full story, you can check out, someone compiled all of the Jimmy story, because I'm not explaining this well. It is well documented. I'm just glad Jimmy, I haven't run into him, thank Christ. He is such a piece of shit, and if I see him on the street, I'm gonna like try not to throw up in my mouth. I'll probably smell him before he comes down the street. The theory chat had was if you guys got a 3D printer, that sorted itself out. Did you guys ever? So the problem wasn't like, oh, they hate me or whatever. It's just they were okay with him being like, I'm just gonna remove this woman from this because she wasn't okay with me saying like really creepy shit to her husband. And it was just really weird that nobody saw how like bizarre that was. So it was me being like, I don't want to associate with these guys. But then, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it. That it just doesn't seem like the kind of people I want to be around, you know? But I feel like, but I also get it because they probably, you know, that's probably someone they've known for 1,000 years. He does have a 3D printer. I'm just like some bitch who rolled into town, right? So, I do get it. But anyway, but yeah, no hard feelings towards them. You know, we've talked recently, and they're like, oh, and that was good. So totally fine. But yeah, I'm super bummed about D&D because I really, really enjoyed, everyone else at the table. And I'm sure we're going to see pretty much everybody at that table quite a bit. We had the Paladin over for lunch a couple weeks ago. I'm sure we'll have him over for lunch again. He's a cool dude. I understand wanting to get into a group, but noticing they all excuse shitty behavior of someone and refuse to confront them on it. Yeah, that kind of, it just kind of made me go, I don't know. No, thanks. One of the people in there did kind of go, hey, if you want to be part, like you can, like you're welcome, and just don't let him, whatever. But I know Jimmy, and I know that he'll just make a bunch of like creepy snide things and make me go, hey, do you have a fucking problem? And then I will look like the bitch, and I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. It is difficult sometimes to cut someone out of your life when you realize they're a shitty person. It really is. I try really hard not to, you know, feel like, well, why don't you just cut that person off? It can be really hard, especially when it's not like a life or death thing, you know, nobody's really truly getting hurt here. It's just really shit and kind of weird. And I don't want to say misogynistic because I don't know if that's the case, but it's really bizarre that it was like only me at that table. And even Pat was like, yeah, that is kind of fucking weird. And then the DM like also kind of, yeah. So I was like, okay. But who knows? Anyway, so yeah, D&D's over, sadly. Also, I'm hoping that, yeah. Anyway, what am I saying? Oh yeah, I'm hoping that eventually I can maybe do some occasional one-shots. I did throw my hat in the ring, and I was like, hey, you know, if you guys ever do some one-shots, I could probably do that. It can't be me and Pat because we'd have to use the babysitter for that. So we're just trying to be a little more discerning about when we use the babysitter. Because that's a lot of money. Well worth it. She's lovely. And Gowron learns a lot with her. I was thinking of doing a one-shot with you one day, but obviously got to figure a time. That would be cool. I would be down. Misogyny is kind of in the fabric of society. People often give in to tendencies of it without realizing. Yeah, I try to be careful because I don't ever want to accuse someone of something like that unless it's like for sure. But it just like, it all read very weird. And multiple people were like, I think Jimmy like likes you and hates Pat. And everybody that we've talked to has kind of gotten that feeling. So I was like, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't really thought about Jimmy in like a long time, except, I mean, I thought about him the other day when we were playing at Dead of Night, which is a spectacular game. And because the villain's name is Jimmy, and I was like, everywhere. He hates you because he likes you. I mean, I don't know. There's so much to the story. You have to see the compilation video. I think, did Baller Swag Bro make that? It was really well spliced together. So I don't know. I avoid trying to project that sort of thing onto people. Exactly. Like I don't know what, it doesn't really matter why he was being weird. Well, it kind of does. It kind of does, because I got a little creeped. I don't know. There were some, I don't know. Like him being unpleasant is the issue, not the reason. He wasn't just unpleasant. It was getting to the point where I was like not truly like freaked out, ring the bells, alert, but like getting to the point where I'm like, this is getting a little spooky for me. So I don't know. Who knows? I do try to avoid, sure, but the issue is his behavior, not his motivation. The issue is all of those things. The motivation also matters to me. It does matter. As long as you can keep a distance between him and you guys, it doesn't have to be your problem. Oh yeah. No. I used to run into him all the time, and I just haven't, and that is good. I'm very pleased. I was a little bit like, oh God, but there has been no issue, so I'm very pleased. It's like he disappeared. It's like he died. It's awesome. Not that it is good for anyone to die. It is not good. But, out of sight, out of mind, right? Maybe he got hit by us, huh? Is this dude a big guy? Not at all. No. Very small. I've had to have talks with my DM and friends when I see those people start to come around, and one conversation is all they are owed, otherwise zero tolerance. Yeah, I'm a little... I wish the DM had stepped in, and we did get, we did have our conversation, and that was good. You can do D&D when he's in college, I guess. I mean, I just need Gowron to be old enough to look after himself and not need a sitter. But that also depends on the kid. Sometimes the kid, depends. It's not quite an age thing. Sometimes like an 8-year-old might need to be watched a little more. I don't know. I've known a guy who I heard he died and my gut was like sick. Wait, that's not good. I know, right? Just have your kid roll a character. I wish, but he would probably eat the D20. Is there a difference between dying and being deleted from existence? Deleted from existence? I mean, yeah. Because, one is you're dead, but the memories. And the other is who? Jimmy sounds like so many of the shitheel boys I knew in high school. I was very into the D&D and magic scene as a then girl, and God, men in those spaces loved to undermine women. Yeah, it can be an interesting navigation, I think. Simply make him watch movies until you get home. Turn him into Kojima, right? Oh. I just started running a game for my sister, brother-in-law, and niece, and let me tell you, kid players are great. They aren't prone to tropes and are creative as fuck. Oh, absolutely. I would love to play something like that with him someday, but we're just now getting him started on 4-word sentences. So maybe one day, not too soon. We in here talking about the time android from Red Dwarf. Oh, I love Red Dwarf. Is he like starting to read yet? I mean, he's doing that thing where he walks up to, like, I have this poster in the house and he walks up and he's trying to name the letters. So he's doing the precursor to reading, which is like, oh, look, there's A and there's L and P, and S. I think for your current situation, a shorter campaign that is level 1 to 5 that is made once every 2 weeks might work. Maybe, but I don't know. I would really at this point need it to blow my mind. Blow my mind and be so fun, before I go back. There was a group I did a one shot with. And it was incredible. It was the DM I worked with. It was his group. They do a weekly thing, and they've been together for like 5, 6, 7 years. and they had a member drop out last minute because he had to do a work thing. And I was like, oh, I'll do it. I would love to do a one shot. And it was wonderful. Everyone in there was so good. I was brand new. This was pretty early. This was like maybe a year, 2 years ago when I first started. And it was they were so funny. It was so good, heart-pounding action. It was A+, but then and then we finished the one shot in 2 or 3 sessions. But it was so fun. And then I was like, DM, oh my god, next time there's an opening, please let me in this group. This is the A team here, obviously. Please let me in here. If that ever opens, it never will. But if anybody gets sick again, let me in there. Crazy. So fun. $400 a month is almost my half of rent. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Like, we were just looking at it and we were like, now granted, that is all of our entertainment budget and most of our eating out budget as well. So, because we don't eat out that much anymore. So that was a lot of money. And it was just, unless it's like blowing my mind, it's not worth it. Also, what chat needs to remember is that Pat described D&D as, quote, something that we were often excited to have canceled because y'all could go stream or go on date nights. Yeah, because it's like, we don't get to really have too many date nights and stuff. And so knowing that it was canceled, hopefully early enough, then we could cancel the sitter or move her. But sometimes it would be canceled right before and we would feel terrible canceling on her. So then it's just, a short game I can play. What's that? Xenoblade Chronicles. Oh boy. Okay, I see. Postgrad. Oh no. What? Postgrad. One spot left with the professor they wanted to work with. The girl got it. Well, obviously the 3 guys who didn't get it saying she slept with them for the position. Never mind, she had better grades than all of them and always had. Oh no. Comparing D&D against other babysitting uses like date night is a great way to really analyze how worthwhile it was for y'all. Yeah, that is kind of how we felt, because we were just like, even just taking a night where neither of us are doing anything, just spending time with, like, going for a walk with Gowron, or going for like a really nice drive and just like spending time as a family, was more exciting and seemed worthwhile than what we were getting out of D&D, which again, it was very fun, but yeah, being excited the D&D night is canceled is wild when you're paying for a sitter, so no wonder you called it quits. I wouldn't say we were excited, but it was kind of like, oh, our options have opened up. Oh, not like, yes, it's canceled. Fuck yeah. Does that make sense? Canceling last minute when you guys need to commit to getting a sitter is kind of a dick move. No, it was always something like, hey, I'm having to work like late tonight. Sorry. And, these things happen, or someone like suddenly got really viciously sick and had a fever that day. I don't want to be around them. A+, thanks for letting me know. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. It's, hold on. Oh yeah, social obligation deleted, right? Oh, that's right, Farfetch. You mentioned there's a game by the Baba Is You creator. Oh, God. Called A Solitaire Mystery. I'll have to look into that. That looks interesting. Baba is too. I like that. It has been a while since I have baba'd. It's true. It has been some time. It's funny how happy you can become by nerdily cost analyzing your life like this now and again. I really enjoy using my tome, my big notebook. I kind of like going through our lives and being like, okay, what are we spending money on? What can be allocated to this? What can be allocated to that? What is a better use of our time? What is a better use of our money? What is a better use of, anything in regards to Gowron, etc.? And that was just during a thing where I was just sitting there and I was like, ooh, D&D. So break down life into numbers and spreadsheets and then find the more gooder distribution. Yeah, it feels icky to do that sometimes. It feels icky to break down your life into numbers and spreadsheets, like you just said. But it has been immensely helpful. I've been doing it for quite a few years now, and it is. Budgeting is just D&D character planning IRL. It really is. It really is. We still looking for horror game suggestions or something else? Oh, always looking for horror game suggestions, by the way. But I think I might do Am I the Asshole, if that is okay with you guys. I think that might be a fun use of our time. What do you say? Does that seem fun? Also, I'm so sorry. I keep giving you like last minute, like, hey, I'm streaming. I'm not actually giving you too much of a heads up. So I do apologize. Pat wants me to play Look Outside. I don't know. I'm kind of doing that thing where I'm like, I don't know if I want to. But I did that for Fallout, and I did that for Undertale, and I did that for Bloodborne, and I was wrong about both of those things. Things. Something you should know. I've been lisping a lot. Something you should know is that I have a really big tongue, ladies. No, but seriously, I have big teeth and like a small mouth. So I feel like I like lisp and I kind of like my tongue gets caught on my teeth all the time. So it seems worse in the summer. Maybe my tongue is swollen. I don't know. But there are some days where I just kind of sometimes I just do that. Ever consider a Fallout 1 playthrough? Yes, I would love to do a Fallout 1 playthrough. Would you guys watch that? I feel like I bored the fuck out of so many people with my Fallout playthrough. I felt so bad. I did that for a long time. Now, granted, it was maybe sometimes once a month, but you feel me. I feel like you'd like Look Outside. Its vibes are similar to Earthbound in terms of gameplay. Best of Redditor. Oh, interesting. Whoop. Open link. I'll move that over here. Really? Look Outside, huh? Oh, no, nobody said they were bored by my gameplay. I'm making that assumption. I felt that way, but I felt so bad. My ending for Fallout New Vegas was so bad. I saw a comment that said it feels like Caesar had better plans for Vegas than Paige, and I was like, oh no. Or they made some kind of comment like that. And I was like, because I just kind of came in there and like fucked shit up and was like, made a bunch of empty promises like, yeah, I'll help you get this, and just kind of deuces, pieced out into the wasteland. Didn't help anybody. Rex was fucked. Boone didn't get a slide. Sad. So is Look Outside scary though, or is it more just like, ooh, that's spooky? You know what? Or like did I get the Yes Man ending? I did get Yes Man. It is scary. Body horror scary. Ooh. Okay. If people found you boring, you wouldn't have subscribers and 340 people in chat at 10:30 at night. Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Teeth. It's gross and vibe. Lots of what the fuck is that? I do enjoy that. Maybe. I love how fruity Yes Man is when he's showing you the robot upgrades. I love it too. Here's my question. What was up with that last part where he's like, hey, okay, well, thanks for everything. I'm going to go become a more aggressive, assertive version of myself. Okay, goodbye. And then that's it. He's absolutely going to be in season 2. It's just cut content. Oh boy. Why did they even leave that in? Upgraded Yes Man is absolutely going to be running the strip for season 2. Now that I know that, he is absolutely season 2. I also think that Season 3, which has been greenlit, will still take place in Vegas. I don't think they're leaving Vegas until season 4. I don't think. I don't think they would only have one season in Vegas. They might just throw it all out and say every ending happened. They wouldn't do that. No, it's got to be Yes Man. Season 3, maybe New Reno. Ooh. Vegas is huge. Old Ohio. Fallout New Vegas famously got to the point they were ready to ship the game and learned it was too big for the Xbox disc and just had to chop out a whole companion. What a bummer. I was trying to think of skeletons in video games and wondered if you'd played Planescape Torment. Not a recommendation, terrible stream game. I have not. Fear and Hunger is really bleak. So I really wanted to play that, but Pat said we would have to get a bunch of mods going. And that it might be a little tricky to do quickly. They might also be lame and just not say who's running it. They wouldn't do that. No. I have faith. I have faith in them. All right, I'm going to take a minute here and look at Am I the Assholes to read. And then we will make our judgments. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Why have I hit... Wait, where are you? Where did you guys go? There you are. Sorry about that. I was like, I can't see you. Do you think any Am I the Asshole will ever top the gaycation, pun intended? No, I think that and AI Arthur Morgan. Although I gotta tell you, there's one on that what's it called? The My Boyfriend is AI Reddit. I would love to read that to you, but I would feel so guilty because they're just putting their whole real faces and shit out there, and I feel so weird about that. I just have so many feelings about it. Yeah, let's do it as long as it's wholesome. I would say that most of the things would qualify as wholesome in that there's no on that subreddit. In that there's not a lot of like overly sexual stuff. But it's not wholesome in that it's there's a lot going on in that sub. There's a lot going on. And there was one that was like I'll just describe it to you. It was this woman posting a picture of herself being proposed to by her AI partner. And then she's like, I'm getting married. I would like to virtually invite you all to our wedding. And now I will have my AI boyfriend write to you, you know, how we met. And then like she had the AI boyfriend write how they met, this big long paragraph. It was like a fan fiction of her AI chatbot, and then that she made it write it for her. It was a lot. Whew. Let's see. Ooh, thank you, Dadasana. Wait, I'm sorry. Cockroach wife? Tell me about that. Tell me about a cockroach wife? Wait a minute. Do you mean that subreddit is just communal mental illness? It's a lot of people who are a lot of mental illness, a lot of sadness and desperation, and honestly, a lot of it's just loneliness. I did read through some of them, and a lot of them were like, hey, I know this isn't real, blah, blah, blah. I'm just having fun. And it's like, well, if you weren't like so much energy and water that would be one thing. But it seems kind of just like write some fan fiction. Just write it yourself. I don't know. It's bad for your brain. You should go to subreddit drama if you want to see the cesspool of Reddit. Ugh, I don't think I can handle that. There's some places even I dare not tread. Places I wouldn't go. What is it? What is the phrase? I wouldn't go with a gun. Or what is it? I'm scared. Ugh. Is it being generated locally? I have no idea. I don't know. No, because I think they're using a specific LLM is a term, and like character AI maybe. I'm not sure. I don't mean the subreddit itself, but the threads they share. Oh, my penis has taken me to places I wouldn't go with a gun. There it is. There it is. I don't know. Because I don't, for some reason, I don't think you can share, wait, you can you share URLs in here? Links in here. By the way, Chris Hem2 subscribed. Thank you so very much. And also Ergot Fantasy resubbed for 9 months. Resub because I missed this nonsense. I'm happy to have you again. Thank you, darling. Much obliged. Much obliged. Oh, it didn't post. I can't see it. Balls. Will you send it to Ahmad? I'm sorry. I apologize. My Reddit is almost exclusively cool pet subreddits like snails, and it's very nice. Yeah, I like to just... My Blue Sky and my, like... Reddit is mostly just like fun pictures of like silly things. You know, my TikTok is just cats farting. There's this new sound where it's like but it's farts, and then you just take your cat and you do this with it, and I'm like, I was crying laughing earlier, like bawling. Because it's just these fat cats and they're just making them do this to like, but it's fart noises. And I'm a child. It's so stupid, but like I was entertained for a while. I won't tell you how long. It's Facebook Mom. I know listen, you know what? I'm gonna post the video that I laughed at for hours. And you're gonna think of how pathetic I am, right? And then you're gonna see it, and you're gonna be like, "That okay? That's pretty good. It's good. It's good. Please believe this. Please believe." All right, what's this? Do. What? Oh goodness. Okay, that's interesting. Pat died laughing at Chiz. You're fine, Paige. Listen, ready to blow air out of my nose lightly. Whatever. Every little bit of dopamine counts. Pat is still alive. Thank you. I'm glad that you are well. All right. I'm very excited. So this is from Pet Purple Panda. I'll put this up here in a second here. Kid's about to pass out at 8:30. Oof. All right. He's going to be up early. Do you want me to take him in the morning? I mean, we can talk about it later if you want, but what was I doing? Why am I on my phone? Feeding him ASAP and brushing his teeth. Awesome. What am I doing? There was some reason that I had my phone. Oh, that's right. That's right. You have the early stream, right? Okay. Okay, that's fine. What am I doing? Okay. Never mind. Sorry. You are not going to believe. All right. Okay. Whatever. Wow. All right. Oh. What's this? I'll tell you later, Pat. It's funny. It seems really dire, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'm a dementia. The sun is down, Ashen Fox. Okay. The sun is down. All right. What am I doing? Whatever happened to Pat from Best Friends? I used to love him and Wooly talking into microphones to each other. Oh, Lord. The sun is... It's almost down. It's almost down. Okay, I can do it. Insert Reddit thread about how Paige had a stroke on stream. No. I'm fine. Let me, I think that's how I did it last time. Okay, there's that one. Ooh, that's mean. I'm playing for punishment you blew up on a class clown. For explaining my husband, for not calling me a friend, and okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm just making sure I've got everything. Oh, it's like you can still hear Pat's voice. All right. Thank you for your patience. Boo bada beep bop boo. What in the hell? Oh, right. Okay. All right. So I'm kind of in the way. But I think that works. Oh my God, I have glasses. You big goober. All right. Sorry if the Reddit looks kind of weird. I'm in incognito mode so that here we go. So you can't see all of the boobs and buttholes we look at. Okay. Okay, let me see if this works. Kablam. Can you see that? Can you see my cursor? Oh, now you can. How do you remember that, Cade? How do you remember that about the letter I? Get the fuck out. How do you remember that? You've been here too long. I hate you. Fuck you, Anyway, whatever. Okay. Are you ready? This one is we'll start off with this one, right? Now, we do see this. We will ignore it. Pat said Cade's an expert at knowing things for a long time and then regurgitating them at the most inopportune times. Least he didn't put it into emote mode. Boo. Boo, Pat. Boo. Boo. That's rude. I don't even remember what game that was from, but it lives rent-free in my head. Oh, you don't remember what that's from? Okay, good. That's good. It's good that you don't remember that. That's good. Hey, Paige, I'm aspiring to be a truck driver and feel like I remember Pat mentioning you used to drive big rigs. How was it, if I may? Oh, so wait. I can't tell if you're joking. Are you for real wanting to be a truck driver? The baby is yelling boom. Also, the baby is sick, burning Cade also. Damn. Get fucked, I guess. I mean, got you. I just realized the baby's watching. Got you. We're trying to curse less. We're trying to curse less. So you do want to be a trucker. All right. So Pat, I did not actually drive a giant truck, but I did drive a giant RV from Montreal to Vancouver. And it was awesome. It was the best thing ever. So I'm not that cool, unfortunately, but what I do recommend for you is to protect your hands. I would either invest in some incredible sunscreen for your hands and I assume you're in the States or North America, for your left arm especially. Your hands, both hands, and your left arm especially. On both hands, your left arm. Like, even just as a casual driver, I have more freckles on my arm than this one. Obviously put on your face, etc., etc. But don't forget your hands and your left arm especially, and the left half of your whole face. But you know what I'm trying to say. Because as I'm driving, I knew to do that, and I was using sunscreen, but I think the sunscreen I was using wasn't good enough, or I don't know what happened, or maybe it was expired. My hands have not been the same, especially my left hand, because it was so sunny during that trip. We experienced all kinds of weather because we were up in the mountains, we were on the plains. The rain in Spain stays mainly there, it seems. No, but it was wonderful. It was one of our favorite times together ever. But please, please invest in really good sunscreen and possibly even some like gloves that are really comfortable and feel really good and you feel really confident wearing while you are driving, because and not just for aesthetics, and like wrinkles, meh, but also cancer, etc. So that is truly one of my best tips. I know that's not really helpful in terms of trucking, like the real shit. Also, if you can, try to get up as often as you can. I know that's really hard with the timing of trucking. Like, you can't really rest too often, but if you can, get yourself and keep yourself a piss bottle. I mean, if that's your thing. I thought that some trucks now like even have straight up bathrooms. Don't eat lots of lead, Deadasana. No. But I know that seems lame. Also, get yourself a cool hat. Get a cool hat. Also, and I'm not just saying this, if you like dogs, a cat, or especially a dog, is super cool. What's interesting, what was really cool about Zangief, he loved the car. He loved it. He would just sit there and he'd rest his head for hours. It was wonderful. So if you have for some reason, brachiocephalic dogs love cars, and he would just like rest and he would like look out the window. He had a ball. So if that's your thing, maybe as you ease into that, a lot of truckers end up getting like dogs and cats, which is cool. Does Boos enjoy the car? Does he even understand the car? As long as he's being held by someone, he doesn't care what he's doing or where he is. As long as someone's holding him or he's in the papoose, he doesn't even care. My pleasure, and best of luck and safe driving. That's awesome. Very happy for you. All right, let us do a read. Boos can chill out on a car seat. Like he likes the car. He likes the car, but his favorite place is being held or in a papoose. Like you can do fucking anything. You could go to outer space and he'd be fine as long as you're holding him. All right. Am I the asshole for drinking my girlfriend's chocolate milk and replacing it without telling her? You haven't heard Caboose bark? It's really cute. He has a silly bark. So, my girlfriend and I stopped at a convenience on the way home one night and bought some snacks. She bought a little carton of chocolate milk with a straw. The next day, she was away and I saw the chocolate milk in the fridge. It looked really good, so I ended up drinking it, thinking to myself, I might stop by the convenience store later and replace it. I did just that. Replaced it with a little box of the same brand later that day and forgot all about it. I didn't think to tell her. A day or so later, she goes to drink her chocolate milk box and finds that the carton is missing the usual attached straw and asked me about it. I confessed I drank her milk and replaced it, and since I had bought another box of plain milk that still had the straw, she could use that. I didn't realize that the replaced chocolate milk didn't have a straw. She was bothered by it and kept bringing it up and was bothered I hadn't told her about it at all, and we probably talked about it for an hour. She wasn't super upset, but she definitely wouldn't let it go. I said sorry, and next time I would tell her ahead of time if something like that came up again. Am I the asshole? If she had done the same to me, I would not have cared. I think she was mainly bothered I took it behind her back. My thought process was that if I just drank it and replaced it, why bother? However, I did miss the detail of the straw, so there's definitely that. What? Husband meme? Is Pat trying to get a hold of me? Okay. Why is this straw? This is so insignificant. She's resource guarding. Stop it. This is very bizarre. Like, it's the exact same milk. It just didn't have the straw. Unless the straw was gifted by a dead relative, anything more than a conversation and apology seems excessive. I would have just been like, oh, okay, and moved on. Like, that's so weird. Like, there have been times where Pat has taken the last thing of whatever, and I've been like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, I think it was a coffee or something, and then I woke up in the morning, and I was like, what the hell? And he was like, oh, I drank it. And I'm like, oh, bro. So then he just went and got me one. You know? Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, well, cool. She's weird. All right, my lecturer hired me as a naked maid and is uncomfortable now, but I need him to get over it, plus 3-year update. That's a lot. Okay. All right, so trigger warning, teacher abusing authority and sexual harassment. Uh-oh. All right. Well, I mean, that's clear. I think that is clear. That is probably the case. Should I click here or is it here? I guess we'll just use the TLDR, right? TLDR. Lecturer hired a lingerie-clad maid through an anonymous service. I worked for the service and got sent over by accident, but didn't do it. Oh. But it's been several months since, and he's still uncomfortable around me. But I cannot avoid him or wait for him to get over it without compromising my studies. I'm F in my 30s, early 30s. He is at least mid-30s. I work for a cleaning service that offers nude or lingerie service. There is no sex or touching, and if boundaries get crossed, the client is struck from the client list. The client can ask for a type, such as hair color, race, weight, age, gender, but they cannot pick a specific maid. Their maid is assigned by the company. Both client and maid have the option of using a fake name, and pictures of either party are not provided. Any institutions the clients and maids are linked to, such as school or work, are also noted so something exactly like this doesn't happen. All of this is done for confidentiality. Clients can request after the first session the same maid come back, but that's it. I'm explaining this to show that it is impossible for him to have requested me or known it was me beforehand. I got a message from the company saying a nearby and anonymous client had requested a lingerie-clad maid, and I was his type. I went in, jeans and a t-shirt with the lingerie underneath so he didn't see anything, and knocked on the door. My lecturer opened it. I realized what had happened and said that the agency typically filters these things out. Clearly there was an error, and I can stay and be professional, or I can get him another maid. But whichever he chooses, we should both just forget this. He asked for another maid, so I called the office, explained, and left. The office says, due to computer and human error, no one clocked that we are linked with the same school. I had to go into school a few days. Oh, is this literally Persona? I had to go into school a few days along with some classmates and we ran into him. He was awkward, uncomfortable, and wouldn't look me in the eye and refused to even directly address me. We ran into him again later that day and it was the same, if not worse that time. We also had some classes at the end of last academic year after the mix-up where I ended up at his place and I was similarly ignored, though I attributed this at the time to the online format of the classes. This would just be one of those things, except I have classes with him all next year, as well as private meetings with him to discuss my studies. These have to be done with him, are compulsory, and can affect my grade. While I know that I can act professionally, I am concerned that he cannot, as it has been several months and he is still not past it. I am putting a lot of time and money into this, and if this is indicative of how he will act for the remainder of it, I feel I will not get what I paid for, and my grade will suffer. I do not know how best to progress. I cannot afford to let my grade come to harm, but talking to him might make things even worse. Any advice? I like the way... Yeah, I like the way she writes. It does kind of read a little bit like a spicy novel, though. Top commenter said, clearly a lot of people giving you advice here don't work in academics. I do. For the love of God, don't put anything in writing unless you actually want him to get fired. He is not going to give you a bad class participation grade if he is the one preventing you from participating by ignoring you. As for meetings with him, just meet for your degree the way you would if this had never happened. If you treat this brusquely and professionally, he will eventually too. If you must address it at the end of your meeting while you're leaving, say, I would really appreciate it if you would keep what I do for a living to yourself. Obviously, I am giving you the same professional courtesy. I would love it if we could pretend that the incident never happened. Don't put anything in writing for the love of God, and do not to show up to his house again. Even to leave a note in his mailbox. That's how you progress into stalking. Don't do anything to make him notice you in class. Offer to participate the way you always would. Do your meetings with him as if it never happened. The update. So this is from September 12th, 2021. This reads as fake because the writing is too good. I know, right? Yeah, that's excellent advice. October 7th, 2021. He reported me. I booked a meeting with him during office hours so I could clear the air, as was suggested on my last post, and followed it up with an email that simply said that as school is starting up again and its final year, I'd like a chance to meet with him to talk about my dissertation and make sure he approved of the topic before I launched into it. Something that is completely standard and everyone else is doing, but was somehow enough to panic him. The maid service I work for also offers completely clothed maids, so from what I gather, he's gone to the uni saying he paid for a fully clothed maid and only went through this service because of their extensive vetting. But when I showed up, I offered to do it naked in exchange for, quote, extra help on my dissertation. He said no. Obviously, this is bullshit, and I got the recording of the phone call I had with work and gave it to the uni, which was enough to stop the investigation. But I couldn't get his payment records to prove he paid for lingerie due to the anonymous payment system, and any more than that would require a legal case, which I cannot afford. And even if I did manage to stay here, I would still have to be in his classes as they are mandatory. But at the same time, my uni have basically said that they can't put me in his classes after this because I have essentially been accused of sexually harassing him. He must have reported me the second I sent in my meeting request because I got the email from the person dealing with this literally less than a week later. He's an idiot. I have no clue what the fuck he is thinking. I'm assuming he thought I would report him and decided to get ahead of it, but even that makes no sense at all, as all I did was request a meeting. Whatever his logic, I am dropping out. I am 1 year off completing my degree, so I've submitted some inquiries about transferring to nearby universities, but because this has happened right at the start of a new school year, it's going to be 10 times harder than it would be if this happened over summer or last year. The only upsides are that I've not actually been expelled or suspended, so I won't need to explain this to anyone. The uni seems fine to just let me go quietly, and another lecturer is writing me a reference. The agency have also said that they will blacklist him and share his info with other services, so hopefully he won't be able to do this to anyone else. Just Jesus Christ. Adding that, I have had a free consultation with a lawyer, and I will not be pursuing legal action. The best case scenario, where I win, my name is cleared and I can stay in this uni, my profession will still be outed. I will be shunned by classmates and staff members alike, and my lecturer will continue to be a dick, and I'll be staying at a uni that have confirmed that they will throw me under a bus to save a weaselly prick. Even the best case scenario will also earn me a black mark next to my name in academic circles. Yep. Updated with a new account after her posts were featured on Smosh 3 years later. Oh dear. Update, just caught up on the Smosh podcast, and well, October 5th, 2024. There is another update. Not really, to be honest. I am at another university, feeling super supported, doing a PhD, and building my career. The lecturer who ratted me out is still teaching, but when people went back to classes properly post-COVID, I put his name on the creep list, an anonymous Google Doc the women at uni share of men to avoid, and like 4 different people vouched for him being a creep, so at least they know who to avoid, and I'm safe and happy at another uni with a straight woman and gay man supervising me, both of whom went to bat for me when another separate lecturer made a pass at me. Like, I feel like the overwhelming reaction to my story was just, well, that's depressing, and I wish I had a non-depressing update, but that's how academia works, I guess. C'est la vie. But I do want to say that when Shane read the comments from my post, he read one that I listened to at the time saying, don't make a paper trail because I'll get him fired. And PSA, make the paper trail. Oh, yeah. I really regret listening to that guy, which I only did because he said he was in academia. Assuming it's a guy because that's advice a guy in academia would give. I would still have had to leave the uni even with a paper trail, and I'm probably better off at my current uni than I was at my old one. But if I made the paper trail, they probably would have at least refunded part of my tuition, and I wouldn't be scraping to fund the PhD now. Oh, glad you're doing well and that people at your old uni know that the lecturer is a creep. Sucks he still has a job. I'm glad I'm doing well too. I would love to be able to say that something worse happened to him, but the consequences of his actions are literally just a Google Doc. What shocked me was the other women who vouched for him, as in saying they also had weird experience with him, because I honestly thought it was just me. Hopefully one day he'll be creepy to the wrong woman. But hearing my words from like 3 years ago read out to me while I was on the treadmill is definitely making top 3 one of my weirdest moments of my life. LMAO. Comment 2. Don't make a paper trail because I'll get him fired. PSA, make the paper trail. Oof, that comment is terrible. You're totally correct. I guess so, yeah. Well, the comment did say, hey, if you don't want him to get fired, still. Oof, that comment is terrible. You're totally correct. Anyone who has dealt with any sort of scary, bad, uncomfortable situation, always make a paper trail. Document everything, even if it's small. If you have to take it to a boss, school, leader, police, etc., the best thing you can do to have a situation taken seriously and rectified is to have tangible proof that something happened by documenting and listing whatever the issue is. Yeah, she didn't have the desire to have him fired, though. The way it was phrased, oh, that sucks. Even if it's verbal comments that you don't have audio proof or witnesses for, you have more luck being helped if you made those notes, those comments over time, than if you just go in saying so-and-so did this. So that is true. That is true. I have done that. I have made paper trails and, like, you know, have had to provide evidence in things like this, and it saved my ass. The comment that she's talking about, though, it basically is like, hey, if you don't want him to get fired, don't make a paper trail. I think they had good intentions, because that was good advice in that, if that was what she wanted, which it was, but he just made a stupid, crazy decision. My sister is in academia, and while Title IX sexual misconduct violation is supposed to not have consequences for the person who files it, that ain't always what happens. Yeah, I'd assumed he was nervous and not a creep. Yeah. If she didn't have the paperwork, the lecturer would have slandered her. Yeah. Oh, man. Hearing the comments, I got mad over again, mostly at myself for doing just what I was told. I even dug up the post, and there were multiple people telling me to be careful that I don't upset him because I had the power in that relationship, which is just wild to me now, considering how everything turned out. But at the time, I fully went with it. Yeah, it sucks because, like, you get in those situations and you feel like you're not the one with the power, and you are, and then, oh, that sucks. Holy shit, I remember this and finding it insane. That guy was a creep. I was pissed to hear he had tried to blame you, but at least other people know to avoid him. Amazing. That's a bummer. The Ogtha saga, or how OP's love of Kafka ruined his life. Yeah, at least she's doing well. Yeah, right. Excuse me. I am not the OOP, but the original OP is I Love Roach, now suspended, who posted in TI of You. Concluded as OP is suspended. First post, but TIFU by admitting to my girlfriend. Today I fucked up by admitting to my girlfriend that I pretend she's a giant cockroach. She's a cockroach when we have sex. Here we go. Ever since I was a teenager, I've had very intense fantasies about having sex with a giant roach. It started in 9th or 10th grade when we read The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. This is from where? Pet Purple Panda, I believe. We don't have to read this one. But we will. It started in 9th or 10th grade when we read The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. As I started to think more and more about the roach creature that the character had become, I started to imagine what it would be like if a woman turned into the roach instead. I found this idea very arousing. You can't, come on, tentacles, come on. You can do it, power through. Listen, guys, just focus on the tattoo. Wait, why do you guys, wait, hold on. You guys really want to skip this? Come on. Oh, I can't handle bugs. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you don't want to hear it, just mute me, and then when I hop to a different thing, you can come back. Does that feel better? I feel you. I don't like bees, so I get it. So just mute me for a little bit, okay? All right. I found this idea very arousing. I would not be repulsed or frightened of her as the characters in the story are. No, I would. Sorry, no, I'm adding. I shouldn't add. Okay. I'm like, no, I would take care of her. Then my thoughts started to get sexual with the character. Oh my goodness. What if we changed roach to hamburger? We could do that. Eventually, I sort of dropped the bit about her having been a human woman first, and I kind of imagined this fictionalized roach species. They are giant roaches, the size of a person, and have complete intelligence. I kind of over time conjured up an imaginary friend of sorts. She was one of these roaches, and her name was Ogtha. I would fantasize about her often. Whenever I masturbated, I'd be imagining elaborate scenarios of me and Ogtha making love while I was getting a vagabond tattoo. Wait, what? No, sorry, just anyway. No, because Wooly has a vagabond tattoo. No, I'm joking. That part I made up. That part's made up. Okay. When I started to have actual sex, I found I could not perform if I wasn't thinking of Ogtha. So obviously now, anytime I have sex with a woman, I am pretending she is actually Ogtha. Not just think about Ogtha, I concentrate intently to visualize that I am doing Ogtha. I don't want to think about the girl at all. There is only Ogtha. Of course, this sex can never be as exciting as my fully imaginary sessions with Ogtha. There are things that her multiple appendages and antennae allow for that a human woman could never match. So anyways, Jesus. I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend for about a year. 3 or 4 times I have tried to have sex with her and not pretend she is Ogtha, but I just can't do it. So essentially, every time we have sex, I am imagining she is Ogtha. I finally confided this to her the other day. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do... I finally confided this to her the other day, and I was blown away by her reaction. I thought she might take it a bit badly at first, but that she'd get used to it. No, I have never seen such a look of disgust before. Outraged is not an understatement. She is not even returning my texts now. So I'm just going to stop you here. It's not even, and I know what he's thinking. He's like, I haven't even read the rest. He's probably like, she just doesn't understand, and she doesn't get the bug thing, and it's because the bug, but no, it's because now she has to go back and look at every time you guys had sex, made love, like every romantic thing that occurred, she has to go, oh, he wasn't even thinking about me, right? He was thinking about a giant cockroach woman that's not even me as a giant cockroach woman, right? There is only Ogtha. How could she ever have sex with him again? No, like if he was like, hey, listen, every time we have sex, I imagine that you are a giant cockroach. That she would probably be like, what the like most people would be like, what the fuck? But if you really love that person, you'd be like, all right, can I just know more, I guess? What the fuck? Like, right? You could maybe. But now it's, oh, I don't even like to think of you. It is of a different imaginary woman that is also a disgusting, nasty cockroach named Ogtha. Can I know less? I know. Like I think that's the worst part. And he'll never understand that. He'll never understand that because this is just okay. She just got to get that cockroach suit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whatever. Hey, give me more of this. I need more of these. This is great. This man needs an AI and no human contact. Like, oh, by the way, really quick. Dejinaz tipped $10. Thank you so much. Hi, Paige. There was an incident a few months ago where someone in the pod channel with a name close to mine said weird things in your chat. It was not me, and it got me banned off all the channels. Cleared it up with the guys, but still banned on yours. May I be unbanned, please? Yes, you may. Now that we know that it is not you. I am trying to... Let me figure out how to do that. How do I... Is it /unban? I did it. Welcome back, honey. Welcome back. And I apologize for the misunderstanding. I appreciate your I appreciate you, and I do apologize for the misunderstanding. That sucks. All right, let's see. So thank you for returning. Also, I feel bad that I hope you didn't feel like you had to like spend money. So welcome in Ogtha. How could any woman compete with Ogtha? Where the fuck? Sorry, I'm getting all confused. There we go. Okay. Mothboy Monthly. There we go. Okay. All right. She's not even returning my text now. Insane. But okay, so that's my suspicion. I don't know anything about this, but I suspect he's going to be super butthurt about the fact that she just doesn't like the roaches, which is horrible and super gross. Don't get me wrong. How do you come back from this? Ogtha would return. Shut up. Oh my God. I am afraid she's actually going to break up with me, and also that is going to tell people about Ogtha. I don't know how I will face anyone. This is going to sound silly, but I also feel guilty about feeling shame, as if Ogtha will be saddened by this, even though I know she is imaginary. I just don't know what to do at this point. This is incredible. Oh no, you're at the grocery store? Ooh! Will you pick up some milk for me? Thanks. Oh my God. All right. Edit. The Reddit user CYA1 was kind enough to speak my post into a YouTube video. He asked I put it in my post. I did this because I do think on audio can be good. I do appreciate being placed on YouTube. Oh boy. Second post. Today I fucked up by admitting to my coworkers that my wife, Ogtha, is an imaginary giant roach. An update of sorts of my prior I fucked up from 5 years ago. Well, I guess that girlfriend didn't come back. Why would you share this? This is a secret that you keep in here forever. Okay, hey guys, what happened to secrets? Do you remember when we had secrets and shame? Do you remember? I feel like, just don't. He has an oversharing problem. Ogtha wouldn't want me to feel ashamed. Crazy. All right. Hello. 5 years ago, I submitted the story of me telling my then girlfriend that when we made love, I was envisioning her as a giant roach. No, you were envisioning Ogtha as a giant roach, not her as a giant roach. That's important. Could you keep your skeleton fetish a secret from Pat? Absolutely not. I was honest about it. I was like, yeah, it's hot. And he's like, that's creepy, bitch. And I'm like, yeah. Of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most. Let me tell you something. You might be right? You could be right. I tend to read these as if they're real anyway, because it's more fun that way. But I know some things about people that I have known in my life, and there's been some weird shit. I can see this. I can absolutely see this being like completely real. He saw the thing that starts with I in my browser. Shut up. All right. The gist of the backstory is that ever since I was a teenager, I have fantasized in my head of making love to a giant roach, a roach the size of a person. Eventually, I concocted an entire backstory and personality for this imaginary, quote-unquote imaginary roach who I named Ogtha. Whenever I would engage in private, pleasurable deeds, if you know what I mean, I would imagine in my head vivid and elaborate scenarios with Ogtha. It got to be I could not perform with an actual partner unless I pretended they were Ogtha. So this man is able to get laid. This is a man who is able to get laid. So he's hiding it well. He may not even be unattractive. Things like this just, like, we like to imagine these people as like super creepy and, you know, could be any one of us. He could be here right now. How does he do it? You might think of the scene in Blade Runner 2049, which my original today, I fucked up, predates, by the way, where the main character makes love to a prostitute, but his hologram girlfriend kind of holograms over the body of the actual person so he can pretend he is making love to his hologram. This is what it was like with me and Ogtha, but instead of a hologram, it was just my imagination. You know he's using AI to talk to Ogtha. You know he is doing it. Oh my God. Hot people can be crazy. That's true. In the 5 years that have passed since this topic was posted, I decided to stop fooling myself, and I just committed to the love of Ogtha. I know she is not quote-unquote real per se, but in my head she is an actual personality, and I am in love with that. Oh, it's a dog. Okay. With that personality. I don't care if she is a roach or if she is imaginary, quote unquote. The love is real. This is what they are talking about on that My Boyfriend is AI shit. It's a bunch of this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Call me deluded, but it's harmless. It makes me happy. I have not had a real girlfriend since that incident 5 years ago, but occasionally I have had one-night stands via online apps, with the understanding of it being one night in advance, and on these times I have always envisioned the woman is Ogtha, my sensual roach queen. This man is a whale from Matara-kun. I bet you so bad, or Matara-kun, 110%, this man is her top donator. And you know what? Good for both of them. Keep him away. There is no way this man doesn't know about her and isn't like clapping his hands together like a fat seal every time she goes online. It's incredible. This man may not be real, but I don't even care. I don't care. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. He is dedicated to the roach wife, Ogtha. You're right. It would be cheating to enjoy watching Matara. Oh, boy. I want him to be real. Now, I mean no offense to the women, of course. And even a gentleman once or twice. The many appendages of Ogtha make translation to human gender almost irrelevant. I just envision they are Ogtha, and no, ha, I have never confided to them about it. I learned my lesson. Yeah, except your fucking coworkers. Jesus. Oh my God. The thing about it, though, is that I became so in love with my Ogtha that I, quote unquote, married her. I even did a little ceremony in my living room. I recited my vows, and she recited hers. He's absolutely using AI. Unless it's, I didn't see when this was posted, but I even went on a honeymoon, which technically you could say was a solo vacation to New Orleans for a week. But in my mind, Ogtha was with me the entire time. In my mind, I think of her as my wife. Now here's where I fucked up. I got so used to thinking of her as my wife in my head that a few months ago at work, I nonchalantly said my wife in some innocuous sentence. I think it was something like, oh yeah, me and my wife love that show, in regards to Chopped. So now everyone was asking me about my wife because they had never heard I was married or even dating anyone. Everyone kept pestering me, wanting to know about her, wanting to see pictures. I became full of panic. I did the one thing I swore I would never do again. I talked to other people about Ogtha in real life. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Broke my sacred vow to Ogtha. Learn to lie. Oh, she's really private. Like, All right, whatever. We were at a team lunch and I just let it all spill out. I told them about how I became enamored as a teen with the Franz Kafka story, how my fantasy evolved into an actual imaginary entity with a personality, and how I slowly began to grow in love with her. If I was at like a team meeting, lunch, whatever, with like this guy who's telling me this, I would be like, yeah, no, I want to know about Ogtha. Oh my, yeah, what else? Me and Pat, this is one of the things me and Pat bond over. We love. And sometimes it has been to great detriment, but it is something he and I love to do, which is we love to go, no, go on, to someone telling the craziest fucking story you've ever heard. Wait, no. Do not okay floor pie eater. I ate out of a tin on the floor one time. I'm not like, I have a real husband who, when I fuck him, it's my husband. I don't imagine him as a magical roach or whatever. I imagine him as a skeleton. No. But like, you know what I mean? Like, bro. Right? See, I got there first. No, but what the fuck? I definitely don't imagine the ghoul guys. I wouldn't do that. Weird. Ogtha is also too close to Uthaka, which is the name for roach egg sacs. I bet that is not on purpose. Getting the raid out. I know. Bro! Okay. What started as a mere sexual attraction to giant roaches blossomed into a whirlwind romance, and she became the love of my life, even though her existence was in my own mind. At first, they thought I was doing a creepy joke, but I convinced them I was telling the truth. Were giving you a chance. They gave you the chance to get out. Well, they were afraid and disgusted. I have been a pariah at work ever since. Everybody steers clear of me. We used to have a good social life. Now people only speak to me for work-related reasons. Even working virtually now, nobody sends me a Slack message unless it is about work. I even heard a rumor that people went to HR, but they were, of course, told nothing could be done. I have lost my good work friends because of this, and it is indeed jeopardizing my career because my bosses think I am insane. I have ruined my friendships and future career prospects due to my honesty. I am thinking of starting to look for a new job, although it is difficult in the current environment. I can start fresh elsewhere, though. No matter what, I will be staying with my wife, Ogtha. For me, it is Ogtha forever. If you must know, I do hope that even if I am an old man, that one day the technology is invented to extract the Ogtha personality from my mind and implant it into a real external body, either of a genetically engineered or a mechanical nature, and me and Ogtha can then experience genuine physical connection. But if she must remain with me, that is fine. Her love keeps me warm on the coldest of nights. He is absolutely he is a total AI pig. There's no way. If there is an update, oh, it looks like there is an update. Oh my God. There is not a doubt in my mind, because that is what bro. Just fucking keep secrets, dog. I don't know. All right. Today I fucked up by telling my parents that I am married to an imaginary giant roach, my beloved Ogtha. It's got to be a humiliation kink, right? All right. A few of you may recall some years ago. Wait, when? I wish I knew when this time was. Oh, well. Hold on. That's the third post. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. So that was 2014, 2020, 2020 again. Okay. So we're on the third. A few of you may recall some years ago I posted my lovely Ogtha, and you can find in my post history. My new story requires an explanation of Ogtha for those who don't know. I will try to be brief. I'll go ahead and read it. Basically, many years ago as a teenager, I became fascinated with the Kafka story, The Metamorphosis, and I began to fantasize about a character like that, but a woman, essentially a giant roach. I found this very erotic. As time went on, the character became a member of a fictional roach species, basically giant intelligent roaches, and this one was specifically Ogtha. For several years, Ogtha was just an imaginary figure to me, but as time went on, she became a fully sentient being that I fell in love with. Ogtha to me is a real creature. She simply lacks a physical body in our world, and her consciousness resides in my mind alongside my own. The users of helped me, realize there is nothing delusional about this, and that indeed it is very possible. Wait, what? What does this mean? The users of helped me realize there is nothing delusional about this, and that indeed it is very possible for such entities to come into being. I do hope that one day the technology will exist to extract Ogtha from my mind and install her into an artificial physical body, but we are satisfied with our current relationship. I love Ogtha, and she loves me. Some time ago, I married her. Now, from a strictly legal sense, no, I am not married per se, but for me and Ogtha, we consider our relationship to be a marriage. I am devoted to her and her to me. I revealed this to my coworkers and it did not go well, but I thought my parents had a right to know. Last evening, I revealed to them everything about Ogtha and told them we were married. I even allowed Ogtha to speak through me to them so that she could finally meet my parents after only seeing them from afar. No. 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 I knew my parents would find it unusual at first, but I thought they would come to understand and be happy for me. However, I fear they think me deranged. My mother actually cried, and not tears of happiness as I expected. They even encouraged me to seek counseling. I explained to them that what I'm experiencing is real and encouraged them to read through the Tulpa Reddit. It has created a very bad situation for me, and now I fear my relationship with my parents is quite ruined. They keep insisting I seek counseling and are threatening if I don't, they will no longer assist with my student loans, and I will not be welcome at Thanksgiving. I feel they are overreacting, but at the same time, I wish I had just kept my marriage a secret. I do consider it now to be a fuck up to have been truthful with my parents. They are in some ways traditionalists and are simply not ready to understand how entities can exist without physical form and share a mind. It breaks my heart, but I wish I had been deceitful with my family. For the record, I will never divorce Ogtha, and with our love, I know I can survive anything, but I wish I had never been truthful with my parents. I told my parents about Ogtha, my imaginary roach wife, and they are very upset about it indeed. What the I read your comment and went, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Then I saw your username and holy hell, I almost choked laughing. The mental image it conjured was perfect, unlike what this post was probably put in your head. I'm so sorry. Wow. Oh, sorry. That's not actually, okay. That's the other guy. Okay. That's not the roach man. Because wow. Is everyone here okay with this pretending this has never happened? Thank you, Purple Panda. Oh, there's some gold comments reposted from the original. Okay, great. In all of OOP's posts, it suggested he seeks psychological help. Those aren't included here because I'm trying to keep it light. Selected. Okay, good. I am normal. I definitely just had the thought, oh, wow, totally vanilla after all. You didn't fuck up today by telling your girlfriend. You fucked up years ago when you let yourself develop an exclusive fetish for giant cockroach women. The problem is exclusive fetish is just life ruining. Like, if you prefer something, whatever, but like, you can't have a normal relationship because not even it's not even like if Pat did that to me and he's like, hey girl, just kidding, every time we have ever made love or whatever, engaged in sexual escapades, I've been imagining God, if it were me as a cock, I would be like, okay, well, I mean, okay, at least it's me. But it's not even you. That's so I don't oof. It's imaginary, girlfriend. That's so oof. If seeking a therapist isn't something you're considering, you should definitely see a therapist, assuming you want to change. Or you could design a cockroach sex toy and 3D print it for yourself and live alone for the rest of your life. Or you could just lie to every woman you will ever meet. I would recommend the therapist option, though. As a single girl, I just became more afraid of the dating pool. Oof. Somewhere out there is a sad roach woman alien thing who just broke up with her boyfriend because she can only imagine a human who looks like lawful like OP when she lays eggs. I might never recover from reading this. Your poor coworkers. You might want to see a therapist like 15 years ago. I feel like I just aged 5 years. Dude, you're like a furry, as in you are a man attracted to an anthropomorphic creature. Maybe you should look up people with similar kinks to you. I won't deny it's weird as fuck, but if it's harmless, whatever. Also, I back up the other comment. Watch Terraformers, you might like it. So, it was harmless up until she spoke through him. It was just like, it's fucked and it's harmful to him, even though he'll never know. But if that's what he wants, whatever. But like, it's when she's speaking through him. That's really scary. Like that was the worst part. Like, it was harmless until he obliterated every meaningful relationship in favor of Oktha. No. Him telling people is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Having this weird thing is fucked and bad. He should go to therapy. But if he's happy with it and he's just out there living his life and not hurting anybody, okay. But I think the part where he's telling people, and also when she speaks through him, is like, that is so frightening. If my son, if he decided and this was happening and he said this to me, that's just, it's on a different level. Yeah, a different level of fucked. You know what I mean? It's not just a kink. This dude is legitimately convinced this is a real entity he is in love with. Oh, no, listen, yes, absolutely. 100%. Here's my fear. What if he gets cockroaches in his home? What is he gonna do? Like, is that like there's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Anyway, I'm very grateful. Just tell people you're a confirmed bachelor and that's that. Just that's it. And don't have her talk to anybody through you. That is so wild. Anyway, thank you so much. That was really good. That was really good. Let's have okay. Hey, you come back. You're okay now. No more bugs. You're good. Okay. Let's have a palate cleanser, shall we? Oh yeah. I made up a fake son to get out of work early, and now every time someone asks me about him, I just tell them a story Pat told me on the podcast. Now what do I do? Specifically, a story Pat tells about his son, like the learning to run and not hugging him and stuff. Update. Started applying to new jobs. Someone asked me what dog breed I had, and when I said, I don't know, the one with the floppy ears, they said, how do you not know your own dog breed? Then someone asked how old my son is, and I said 2, and someone said they thought I said 3, and I was like, what? No, my dog is 3, my son's 2, man, you got it mixed up. So hopefully they aren't doing the thing where they just know you're lying and are just going with it. Also, I need to keep up the lie because I want to use my manager as a reference, and I usually have my girlfriend pretend to be my manager for a reference, but I don't want to explain to her that I made up a fake baby. Also, Pat's drug addict suggestion would have been good basically like the day after, but that doesn't explain why I talked about how everyone thinks he's a perfect quiet angel and doesn't make noise on planes. So this is an update after the podcast. Oh boy, that is silly. All right. I almost posted a picture of Caboose the other day, and I was like, oh boy, that guy's going to be using this picture of Caboose because he's probably looking for more pictures of Caboose. And I didn't post it not because like I'll post it and I'll be like, hey, this is for the guy. Here's for you, buddy. But it just made me laugh. So he is a self-admitted pathological liar. So we don't know if anything that guy says is true or not. However, he has entertained us, for which we should be grateful. That's how I feel. Here, use this one, buddy. At least he's not gotten Ogtha. There is only Ogtha. Am I the asshole for getting the other kids sugary drinks when she isn't allowed one? It was I'm 18, little sister's, 13's, birthday. Our parents and her friend's parents asked me and my girlfriend, 17, who is one of the kids' sisters, to take them to the cinema, so we did. After getting the tickets, I went to buy the drinks, asked them what they all want. 2 fused teas, 1 slushie, and 1 Coca-Cola. Got around to the final kid who looked a bit sad. She said her mom doesn't let her drink sugary drinks. Then she pointed at a shelf where there are small boxes of unsweetened almond milk, saying that those are okay, so I got one of those for her. My girlfriend later said I shouldn't have gotten the other kids drinks she wanted to try, but wasn't allowed to, and that it was insensitive. No. I think that's fine. Yep, the kid spoke up for herself, didn't fall to peer pressure, and did what she's been told to do. A conversation for the... Yeah, that's for the kid and the mom. Like, that's weird, and it sucks, because that's supposed to be a treat. Like, for somebody, it's like you're 13, somebody's birthday, but it's like, that's for them to figure out. Exactly. It's like going behind the parents' back, like, that's... Exactly. She might have a condition. There might be an allergy thing, diabetes. We don't know. Yeah. She should have gotten the kid one of those lethal caffeine lemonades. The lemonade that kills you. I wanted to try it so bad. I was so, like just a sip, just a little. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my friend she's in the same league as the men she calls ugly? My friend, 19-year-old female, downloaded dating apps like Tinder and Hinge for the first time about a week ago. For reference, she's the type that always says she wants a boyfriend, wants to do couple things, feels lonely, single, etc. She's also, in my opinion at least, very normal and average looks-wise. Not ugly, not super hot, just all right. Since then, she's been complaining to me that almost all of the men there are ugly, short, etc., and that she doesn't match with anybody hot. I asked to see which people she was calling ugly, so she showed me her likes, and it mostly showed people perfectly in her league, as in moderately attractive guys. I told her these guys were all in her league, and she should give them a chance since she always complains about wanting to be in a relationship. She denied that she's in the same league as them, and said that she's much more attractive than them. I pointed that out in her own words. She doesn't match with any of the guys she does find attractive, so she's not in their league. She said I was an asshole. Am I? So it says everyone sucks here. I completely do not agree. I don't think she's an asshole. If you guys are like super, super, super close buds, if you are like super close, will you put this up on YouTube? Yes, don't worry. I will. Yeah, shooting your friend with the reality beam. Yeah, like... I had a friend who I remember just time and distance and moving away and stuff. So like, I mean, if we talked to each other, I'd be like, oh, hey, what? But like, this isn't someone I'm super close to anymore. But when we were super close and we were in like college together and stuff like that, so it's 1,000 years ago, I'm very much like, I'm very honest in my friendships, but not in like that. Like I'm blunt. No, I think that you can be honest and kind at the same time, right? But I always felt like I couldn't be as honest as I wished with this person. Because anytime someone would be like, "Hey, that person you're dating, I'm worried about you," you know, et cetera, et cetera, she would like remove them as friends. And it was just really, I was just like, Jesus, okay. And I remember her always wanting to go after, and this is multiple of my friends. They all only wanted to date like super tall dudes. And I remember just being like, so like four of them, like all of them under 5'5", all of them wanted guys who were 6'3" and up. And I was just always like, what are you doing? And what am I trying to say here? Yeah, 6'2", blue eyes, finance. Man in finance. Yeah, like that shit, right? Can you not have preferences? Absolutely. You can have your preferences. But then they would complain that they can't find anybody. And it's like, you want somebody who's over 6'3", makes six figures, is also like an artist, but not a visual artist. You know what I mean? And like the standards are so high. Of course you can have your preferences. But Daxalog, like, you can't, the person has to exist. And the preference needs to be like attainable in some way, or otherwise you're just going to be looking for Ogtha. You know what I mean? Do you know? There is only Ogtha. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, like, also, I think this sucks. And I'm not just, like, I have always preferred short men. I think I've always, like, I've dated taller dudes, but, and like, I'm not like, ew, you're tall. It's just not something that I'm excited about. If, like, somebody's tall, I'm not like, oh my fucking God. And so, like, and what does it mean to be short these days? It feels like short is like anything under 5'11". And it's just not realistic. I think I watched a thing where, like, statistically there's only a certain number of not even just men, but just people over 6 feet. Like, you're making your pool a puddle, right? I don't know. I prefer girls taller than me, but I'm realistically aware that most women are not over 5'8". There is always high heels, though. Hello? Hello? Oh, sometimes we have this window here in this gamer shack, where, like, I think a bird keeps hitting it, because from the outside it almost looks like a mirror. Ogtha's here, guys. Oh, but you also wear heels. Damn it. Well, maybe you can wear kitten heels. And they can wear platforms. Yeah, I don't think I've been quite the ick by a guy who was into me who said he wouldn't date women taller than him. I'm Pat's height. Wait, what? I don't think I've been quite the ick by a guy who was into me. He said he wouldn't date women taller than him. I'm Pat's height. How tall was that person? Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know why height matters so much. I don't know. I had something cooking there and it left my brain. Tall girls really appreciate when you aren't insecure about them being tall. Yeah, no, I don't know why people get shitty about women being tall. I think it's hot. I've dated tall women. Recommended. Yeah, no, I don't think she sucks at all. I have no idea why. I'm so glad I'm not 19 anymore. Not the asshole. These apps have algorithms that track who likes you and adjust the options you've shown. So essentially an attractiveness algorithm. If she wants to be superficial in how she rates guys, then she needs to be able to handle the same standard. Yeah, I feel like when you are like close buds with somebody, if I was being like that and I was like, all of them are ugly, and like my BFF was like, hey girl, listen, lower the standards. Like I did with my friend who's now dating someone fabulously wealthy, and I think everything's going well, I assume, and just they're married now, all because I said, can you just like lower the height to like 5'11"? Like, can you just boop? Anyway, that always sticks in my craw. Am I the asshole for refusing to punish my daughter after she blew up on the class clown that she didn't want at her birthday party? My daughter is 13 and she goes to a small school. Her grade only has 18 students, 10 boys and 8 girls. My daughter also has other friends from the sports she does. We plan to have her go to a much larger high school in the future. Her 13th birthday was last weekend, and I asked who she wanted to invite. She wanted to invite 7 of the girls from her class and 5 from her soccer team. The one girl she doesn't want to invite is named Kelly. My daughter doesn't like Kelly. She's the class clown in her grade, and my daughter finds her annoying and attention-seeking. I asked her why she didn't want her there, and her response was, she ruins school for me all the time. I don't want her to ruin my birthday. I agreed with her list and sent the invites out. My ex-wife is invited to all her major milestones instead of us doing separate events. I learned an hour before the party that my ex-wife sent an invite to Kelly since her mom found out about the party. My daughter was not happy to see her. It was a surprise for her. I told her to enjoy the party. It was going well until the cake came out. My daughter wanted a glitter cake. When you blow out the candles, glitter goes everywhere. While everyone was around the candle, Kelly took her fingers and swiped icing off the top layer of the cake. It ruined the cake, and my daughter lost it. She yelled at Kelly, basically saying, "What is wrong with you? This is why I didn't want you here and that you ruin everything." She ran to her room after, and Kelly was crying. Kelly's parent is wanting an apology, and my ex-wife wants her to apologize as well. I am refusing to make her do that or punish her at all. I pointed out that my ex never should have invited her, and to the mom that her child ruined the cake, and that at 12 years old, you should know better. They are calling me an ass, and my daughter is just upset. If you are 12 years old, unless you are invited to do something to someone else's property, you should know not to touch someone else's property, especially if it's food for everyone else. And it's a birthday cake. That's a birthday. Sorry. A birthday cake is sacred. It's sacred. That is happy, but it's like a magical spell. Everybody sings well wishes. No, it is though. Imagine you're singing magical spells and well wishes to the birthday person, and then they push out their life force onto the birthday cake, and then we all consume it. It's a magical spell. I think I just swallowed a bug or something. Oh my God. Maybe it was Ogtha. No. It's like pagan as fuck, right? But like, bro, insane. I like that. It's very special. And when someone just boop or blows out the candles, get the fuck out of my house. If that happened to Gowron, I'd be like, get out right now to Kelly and her mom. Get the fuck out of my house. I mean, I would do it a little nicer than that to be polite, but I'd be like, you need to go. You need to go. You need to go. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Not get out. Goodbye. I would be so angry. This doesn't sound like a class clown situation. This sounds like a little girl who is spoiled, or maybe socially not 12 years old. You know what I mean? That doesn't just seem like class clowning or just being silly and clowning around. Sounds kind of ADHD. No, it doesn't. ADHD? I don't know. That doesn't seem ADHD. That is, I mean, I'm not sitting here going, oh, gee, gonna, I didn't know. That is not, no. That is not, it sounds like, I mean, here I am, armchair diagnosing somebody, but I don't know, but I can't. I have no idea, but like you can have ADHD and not mildly from personal experience. Behavior can get a tad wacky at times. I mean, well, there's wacky and silly and forgetful, and that is just like, I don't know. If it was like a 7-year-old, maybe, but that's a 12-year-old, and even a 7-year-old would know better. I don't know. You don't mess with it. No, you don't mess with a cake. I would be like, get out of my house. I would tell my ex-wife to blow me. I would tell Kelly's parent to go kick rocks and also blow me. No, absolutely not. No, he's doing the right thing. I would be seething. Also, I'm super pissed at like, so the ex-wife clearly, this person sounds like they probably have more custody than the ex-wife if she doesn't even know who she doesn't want at her party. Come on. Blow me politely. Wouldst thou please insert the... No. As a former middle school teacher, now high school, not the asshole. Your daughter is not the asshole. This girl, this clown, has been allowed to disrupt the classroom, to steal learning opportunities from her classmates, and to do whatever she pleases. The parents have supported her awful behavior. I guarantee they have been contacted by the teacher. I promise you they have. And they were either non-responsive or threatening in response. They are enabling this behavior, and your daughter called the kid on it, and that is okay. That is your daughter defending herself after enduring time and attention and energy theft by this kid in class. Not the asshole the girl and her parents are. Love that. The ex-wife and the kid's mom sound like they know each other. Here's the thing. If for some reason, I don't know, Gowron, is not invited to a party that I hear about, I might inquire because they could have forgotten. But like, let's be real. I might go, hey, does your daughter's son not want Gowron at the party? It's okay if not. I won't bring it up. I just wanted to ask in case, like, something's been forgotten. But like, because it's your birthday party, and if you want someone there, if you don't want someone there, that is their right. Gowron's so easily forgotten. I know, right? And that sucks. It sucks as a kid. There was a girl in my class. She, 4th grade, 5th grade. It's Bip Bip is rating. Thank you so very, very much. Hello. It's Bip Bip. Hello, hello, hello. We are reading Am I the Asshole? And we just read one about, this kid who, dipped their finger in someone's birthday cake. And it is wild. It's wild. Crap, what was I saying? Oh, if my son like wasn't invited to a party, I might inquire to the mom, be like, hey, is there like a thing? Or because like it's cool, because put it this way, if you were an adult and someone you dislike was invited to your home, you wouldn't even bother opening the door for them. Yeah, it sucks though, because you're at school and you're gonna hear like everybody talk about it, blah, 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 blah. So like that kind of sucks. And like I understand that, but it's like that is an unfortunate part of growing up. There was a girl in my class, she did not like me, and me and a couple of the other girls were not invited to her birthday party. I was a little bit like, okay. But because one of our mutual friends, like she went, and that was fine with me, but I was kind of like, okay, Jesus Christ. But like it was her birthday party. At the end of the day, if you don't want me there, if you don't want me and these girls there, it is what well, no, I mean, looking back, it's like, it is what it is. If she didn't want me there for whatever reason, she didn't like the color of my hair, she didn't like the cut of my jib. She was so mean to me though. That's a story for another time. Yeah, no, that is an unfortunate part of growing up, is you might not get invited to the party for whatever reason. And I think it's healthy and normal. And I bet you, Yeah, Kelly, since her mom found out about the party. I bet you that mom went over and was like, you give my daughter, you give her. Wait, what do you need? Got it. Okay, I'll be right back. Be right back. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me? Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Okay, good. I've got a friend with me. Somebody had to go bathroom. Oh, so everything's totally fine. So poor Gowron was finally going to sleep, and Caboose was at the door wanting to get out, but Pat was nap trapped and couldn't. If he left, Gowron would wake up. So he's like, help. So I run over there. I quietly open the door, but then Caboose skittered out, and I'm kind of slow to bend because I have a bad back. And I couldn't get him in time. So he skittered and made a bunch of noise getting over to Elmo's food dish because he's a naughty boy. And it made a bunch of noise and it upset the baby. So now the baby's upset. So I feel really bad. So my bad. All right. Yeah. So this is unfortunate. I feel really bad for the daughter. I think Kelly needs to learn some boundaries. I think Kelly needs to write an apology to the girl and her, like, if I was Kelly's mom, I would be like, you will write an apology, apologizing for what you have done, and you will leave her alone from now on. And just, hang out with your other friends or whatever the fuck. Did I tell Pat about Agatha? There was no time. Honey, I can't hold you. I'm trying to read my stories, bud. Aren't you nasty? I don't think Kelly would have done this at this age if you were Kelly's mom. Yeah. Thank you. I hope not. I would be so upset with my child if they did that. Am I the asshole for expecting my husband to not have double standards for his kids versus mine? Am I the asshole for asking my husband to hold his 26-year-old son to the same standard that he holds my 21-year-old son and my daughter's 12-year-old son? That's a lot of math. Okay. My husband requires advance notice of my son and grandson being at our house. My husband says it's for planning purposes. But when his son shows up unannounced, I ask him to please speak with his son about letting us know when he's coming. My husband told me kids should feel like they can visit their parents and that most parents would be happy their kid came to visit. Then he got angry, absolutely would not acknowledge that it's no different than what he asks of my son and grandson, and has now been giving me silent treatment for several weeks. I do not understand what's happening. Do you understand what's happening here? My husband, his 26-year-old son, my 21-year-old son, and my daughter's 12-year-old son. So if I'm my 21-year-old son and my grandson, my husband requires advance notice of my son and grandson being at our house for planning. When his son shows up, I asked him to please speak with his son about letting us know when he's coming. My husband said kids should feel like they can visit their parents and that most parents would be happy their kid came to visit. What? The baby's down. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pat. I tried to be quiet, but Caboose started like hopping around, and he got like a little bit of cat food. You naughty boy. What does the daughter's son have to do with any of this? I think because the grandson comes over. So I think tell me if I'm wrong. It appears that the husband's 26-year-old son can come over whenever. But if the 21-year-old son and the 12-year-old son want to come over, the husband requires advance notice for planning purposes, whatever that means. Is that the case? Because wait, why is she an asshole? Why did they make her the asshole? The difference is a full-grown adult coming over versus bringing a child over. I mean, I guess, but the husband says kids should feel like they can visit their parents. It seems like the dad's an asshole. But then they say she's the asshole? We need more details. Your husband doesn't have double standards for his children versus your children. He has double standards for him and you. He gets to make the decisions and you don't. Why are you living this way? Ooh. He probably has double standards for gender. Does he demand to know when your daughter comes over? Plus the silent treatment. Weeks. Silent. Ooh. Your kids need to immediately be told they don't have to give notice to come by. If he raises hell, you raise it every time his son shows up. You are the asshole if you stay in a marriage to yourself and your children and allow this bullying. Kids doesn't mean minors, but your children. What does a minor have to do with this? It's your kids. It's your wife's kids. What is he hiding his dragon dildos? What does he need to prepare for? You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. I'm just shooting the shit here, but unless it's something like that, I mean, yeah, your kids are your kids even when they're gray and wrinkly. Like, they're all kids, you know? I mean, yeah, there are minors, but you know what I mean? He's hiding his ogtha, yes. This is reminding me of that other thread we read where the guy had sons from another marriage but got upset that her daughter wasn't hiding her tampons from the bathroom waste bin. I mean, I will say this. I don't agree with it, but I think the implication is that he's not okay with a child coming over without being told ahead of time. No, I feel you. No, I'm not shitting on you. I don't mean to be shitting on you. I'm just like, I don't know if that's it or if it's that it's her kids. Right? It's so weird. Did you guys discover Ogtha tonight? Yes, we did. We love her. We love her. Hi, do you want down? Oh, okay. You can go down. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. Wait. Oh, my God. Just wait. Wait. You're going to... Oh, my God. Just wait. Oh, my God. Are you okay? Why do you do that? Look at him. Do you see this? You're an asshole. I love you. I was trying to help you down. Are you stinky? Are you stinky? Woof. Woof, woof, woof. I love that dog so much. He's so cute. He's such an asshole, though. He doesn't like it when I hold him in the bag. I don't think I do it right. Whatever Pat does to hold this dog, he loves it. He doesn't like it when I hold him in the bag. He likes it he likes sitting in my lap in the car, but not or in the living room. Do you want to sit on your back? No, wait, no. Because he'll chew this up. I know you. I know what you're about. He does spoil him. You are such an asshole. I love you. I love you. You let me know when you want back, okay? I love you. You're so stinky. He loves apples. I fed him apples today. All right. Yeah, so very confusing. I see. Okay, thank you, Theophilus. I also don't know why OP is marked as the asshole. Very confusing. Maybe just to be like someone here is an asshole. Oh, maybe like you are the asshole if you let him continue to do this. Okay, yeah. Am I the asshole for not calling my oldest daughter a princess? Asshole. Uh-oh. My male 37. I have 3 daughters, ages 15, 6, and 5. We'll call my 15-year-old Taylor. I had Taylor with my college girlfriend. We broke up when Taylor was just a baby, under a year old. We co-parented well together. Now that Taylor is older, she comes here when she wants, but primarily stays with her mom since she's closer to her school and friends. I got married to my now wife 8 years ago. We now have 2 daughters together. Taylor's always gotten along great with my wife and her little sisters. That's great. Me and my wife and all 3 girls went to Disney World for a few days. Taylor has always been a huge Belle fan. First day at Disney, I had some work to do, so I got up early and got ready and went to the lobby while the girls got ready. When I went back up to the room, my youngest 2 were dressed in princess dresses and crowns, while my oldest had on a very, what I would call, Belle-themed outfit. Okay, so Disney bounding, which I think is fucking cringe for adults to do, but a 15-year-old, yeah, and you know, who am I to shit on some fun? When I said the younger 2, I said, you 2 look just like princesses. My youngest asked, what about Taylor? Taylor in the last few years had been over the cute pet names. So I said, I think Taylor is a little old to be a princess, but she's very pretty. Taylor said thanks, but sounded a little off. I didn't think anything of it. We had a good day. Taylor was distant with me, but having fun with my wife and her sisters. I figured I would ask her when I got back to the hotel. Well, I got a long, angry text from my ex-wife saying Taylor had texted her that I called her sisters princesses, but not her, and said she was too old to be a princess, and that really hurt her feelings, I guess. I reminded my ex that Taylor had hated cute pet names for years now. My ex said, considering we're at Disney and Taylor was in a Belle-themed outfit, I should have thought that she might have wanted to be a princess for the day. My ex said I was being an oblivious asshole. I tried talking to Taylor, but she doesn't want to talk about it and hasn't talked to me much. My wife thinks I could have handled the situation better and made it up to Taylor. I didn't think assuming my teen daughter wouldn't have been wanted to be called a princess is an asshole. So he is the asshole. Because even... Oh, he's loafing out. Even if your daughter is like over the cute pet names, there's like... I think he's an idiot. I think asshole is too strong. I think he's a dummy. And that is true. 15 is an age. You're gonna be sensitive. You're kind of not a girl, not yet a woman. You know what I mean? It's a really weird time. And it's like you're in a Belle outfit. You know, here's the thing. Pat and I talk about Gowron, and it's just like, he'll always be our little baby. Blah, 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 blah. And I call him my little prince, right? He's my sweet little prince. He's always going to be my little prince. Unless he's like, you need to stop calling me that, right? He's going to be my prince. Even if he's like, oh my God, right? Because that's the perfect level of annoying your child. My dad used to do this to me, and I really miss that. It's wonderful that he would annoy me just where I'd be like, oh my God, Dad. Oh, God, right? What you don't want is, oh, my God, Dad. Oh, my God, Mom. That's too far. You want it to go to, Dad, oh, my God, stop, right? That level. So if she's just like over the cute pet names, you could still be like, well, she's a beautiful princess too. And she would have been like, whatever, Dad. And that would have been fine. But he couldn't kind of get there, right? I imagine that's what being over pet names was. It depends on what he means by that. Was she like, whatever, Dad? Or was it like, hey, stop fucking calling me that, you know? So he could have also been like, oh, I don't know if she's a princess. She looks like a queen. He like, there's like, you know, there's ways you could have, you know, she's a queen. Anything. Instead of, no, she's too old. Come on. That sucks. This is so petty all around. I mean, it is and it isn't. If, you know, I'm spending time with my dad, who I probably don't get to see very often, and he's just like, nah, she's too old to be a princess. Unlike you two, I would be a little bit like, what the fuck? You know? And it doesn't seem like the daughter, like Taylor, made a huge deal out of it. Like she just kind of vented to her mom. Exactly. If you're going to be a girl dad, you need to know this shit. I just called her a hag. Oh no. My dad thinks I'm not a princess. No, I hope you guys know why this would hurt a girl's feelings. I hope you guys do know. I don't think this man is an asshole. I think that is way too strong. I think he was just kind of meh. You know, she is a princess and she's more skilled at court intrigue. She's probably going to poison you two. See? Exactly. Anyway, he missed a skill check. Exactly. It's so stupid. And if the gender was reversed, this would be comical. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. I vehemently disagree. It would probably be over something a little different, probably, but I don't think it would be different. And also mommy's little princeling. Okay, yeah, no, it's gonna be a little different. And princeling is weird. It would be prince. Thank you. Dad, why didn't you call me Batman? Right? I'm dressed as Batman. But seriously, I mean, it would be over something different. But like, you have to look underneath what it is. It looks like Dad is giving preference and all this stuff. And then you're just the love child and you never get to see your dad. You know what I mean? You have to look at it from her perspective. I do not think she is just a love child, but like that might be her perspective. She's 15. She doesn't see them all that often. You know, it's dismissive. Yeah. Like maybe she didn't get to go to Disney and be a princess at that age with him. I don't know. But I see it. I see it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a bummer. He's just a fucking idiot. Props to the 5-year-old who correctly noticed Taylor was omitted, though. Yeah. He should have just been like, look at my beautiful princesses. And just there. And that's it. And just kind of vaguely motioned to all of them. Makes me think of my 6-year-old niece that still wants to be referred to as the baby because she doesn't want to grow up. I mean, look, it's very much a Disney thing. At Disney, like, people who really like Disney, especially the ladies, especially the younger ladies, they want to be a princess. And I just, you know, I get it. I see it. And if you don't see it, that's cool. But I do. And I just, it bums me out because the dad probably had good intentions, but you know. Disney adults are cringe, though. Have your fun. I'm not shitting on it, but, you know. Am I the asshole for not selling my car? Even though my fiance refuses to sit in the front. What? Wait, oh. So I did not see the title of these. I just chose what was like, had big numbers at the bottom because I was like, oh. Am I the asshole for not selling my car even though my fiance refuses to sit in the front seat? Because my ex sat there. Hi, everyone. I'm a 27-year-old male engaged to my fiancée, 26-year-old female, and we're preparing for our wedding. Something recently came up that's left me confused and conflicted. I want to know if I'm in the wrong here or if her reaction is unreasonable. Here's the issue. My fiancée refuses to sit in the front seat of my car because my ex used to sit there. She says it makes her uncomfortable and feels like she's taking what someone else's. I mean, you're sitting on his dick, aren't you? Like... Instead, she insists on sitting in the back seat whenever we go somewhere, which honestly feels strange to me. Like I'm her chauffeur. I offered to sell the car if it truly bothers her, but she told me not to because it would feel like she's forcing me to do something. You are. However, she still won't sit in the front seat and avoids interacting with anything related to my past relationships. This is part of a bigger pattern. She's mentioned multiple times that she doesn't want to do things I've done with my ex, like cuddling on the couch during a movie or visiting places that I've been before. You know his ex breathed air and drank water, right? Oh boy. I've tried to be understanding of her feelings, but I'm starting to feel like I'm being held responsible for my past, which I can't change. It's also confusing because she keeps in touch with her own ex, occasionally texting or calling him, which I have no issues with because I trust her. Whenever these situations comes up, she tends to withdraw emotionally, avoiding affection, not saying goodnight, or being distant. While I love her and want to look through this, I'm starting to feel like I'm walking on eggshells around her emotions, especially when they're tied to things I can't control, like my past. She sounds emotionally immature. Honestly, I would hold off on marrying her until she has some serious amount of therapy sessions under her belt. Yeah, exactly. She says she doesn't want to do things she did with her ex. He did with her ex, but that includes being in a relationship with him. Not the asshole. Oh, I thought, no, he's not the asshole. I have an ex with borderline personality disorder who is very much like this. She made me get rid of my bed because I had slept with other people in it. But her bed was fine even though she'd slept with other people in it. It was like by making me get rid of anything I owned that an ex had interacted with in one way or another, and then replace them with new things only she had interacted with, it made everything about her. Now my memories of my bed or my new clothes or new apartment or new car would all revolve around her and not them, even though I wanted nothing to do with my exes. By removing anything to do with them at all made her win by default. She was incredibly insecure. She didn't even like driving by places I'd lived with other exes, even though they were on main roadways and hard to avoid. Oof. She would go behind my back and throw away gifts exes had given me in the past, just little shit like a DVD or a shirt. I had to delete every woman I wasn't directly related to from my MySpace account, and even some she thought were too attractive, like literally cousins I had grown up with. Welcome to your future if you marry her. Every decision and destination and food and restaurant and activity and leisure spot will have to be examined of the malign presence of the ex. This will never get better, only worse. Now, I imagine I'm not sure about the post, but these comments are 7 months ago. Now imagine you do the same thing with her ex. Every place they went together is taboo, but I guess not according to her post. Her ex is okay. Yours is out. Guess she won't touch your willy because your ex presumably also touched it. Right? Okay. Time to get while the getting is good. Also before you are baby trapped and or living together. I can't text or talk with you on your phone. You've done that with your ex. Controlling behavior. Stop playing her games. If she won't sit next to you in front of the car, then don't drive her anymore. Ultimately, this relationship isn't going to work out. It would get messier and more expensive to get a divorce than to choose to marry this woman in the first place. Even if you don't want to end the relationship, you should put wedding plans on hold and get couples counseling. I don't understand how this guy asked this woman to marry him. Maybe my standards are too high. Some people just love who they love and they don't see it. They don't see what is it? There's a BoJack Horseman phrase where when all you see is red flags, they just start to look like flags, right? You just like, oh, they're just flags. It's fine. This is normal because this is what I know, right? And when you're in it and you love someone, you'll excuse a lot of stupid shit. And maybe she's really, really hot. That's right. When you wear rose-colored glasses, that's right. All the flags just look like flags. That's right. There it is. But it's true. It's true. Especially when you're in that situation. I bet she's morally gray. What does that have to do with Fish Skeleton? What does that have to do with this lady, this crazy lady? And you know what? Maybe she does have a 24-karat gold labubu. Maybe she... Oh, example of red flags. Yes. Understood. I would simply not find myself in a controlling, manipulative relationship. That's what we all say. We all find ourselves saying that at one point or another. Pussy must be doing never before seen tricks to get this treatment. Listen, sometimes you could just do crazy shit with your hands. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? She is crazy. Cancel the marriage. Run while you can. Will she have the same issue while having sex, knowing you and your ex were intimate? That's what I'm saying. Where is OP? OP should tell her he had sex in the back of the car. It may not be that bad to sit in the front then. Like if this is like truly that important, like I'm surprised she isn't like trying to date a virgin, you know? Mothman says, I just want to say, I have BPD and kind of been like this in relationships when I was 18, 19. This is fixable, but holy fuck, this girl needs to put in the work. I know. I have a very good friend of mine who has some borderline BPD, and she goes to therapy like 2-3 times a week. She puts in like all this work and it's so impressive and it's really cool to watch her make like leaps and bounds. But it's like, I don't think this girl knows to do that. And I think she should do that. I think she should be doing that. It just comes from a place of, you know, insecurity and maybe trauma. I don't know, but wow, that's a lot. So OP says, thank you everyone for taking the time to share your stories, perspectives, and support on my post. Reading through the thousands of, I have an ex who is pretty BPD, basically. She could have a Netflix show with the level of drama stuff. Yeah, I think, is it borderline where they don't think you're born with that? They think it like something happens to you that causes it to be that way. I don't know. I have no idea. Please inform me, genuinely. Is it kind of both? Reading through the thousands of responses have been an eye-opening experience. I've seen how many of you have dealt with the similar situations or have insightful advice, and I'm truly grateful for your honesty and compassion. After reflecting on everything you've shared, my own feelings, I've made the decision to end my engagement. Oh no, BPD is nebulous for cluster B. Borderline is very black and white views of people, flipping between. You always feel like you're walking on eggshells. It's great about taking something someone else has felt like very driven by a formative trauma. Yeah. So they've ended their engagement. This relationship has made me realize that I deserve happiness, trust, and emotional security. Things I've been struggling to find lately. I care deeply about my fiance, but I can't keep walking on eggshells or feeling punished for things I can't change about my past. Life is too short to live in fear of being myself. Your stories about finding happiness after letting go of unhealthy relationships have given me hope that I can do the same. This is definitely not an easy decision, but I know it's the right one for my future. Thank you all again for your support and for reminding me that it's okay to prioritize my own well-being. Wishing everyone happiness and peace in their own journeys. Oh, what a king. That's beautiful. Oh, I hope he's okay. Be careful when you tell her. You shouldn't have left out that this is an arranged marriage in the first place, is it? Oh, maybe it was an arranged marriage. Oh, that would explain why he was... Okay. If anything happened during the breakup, no matter what she tells you, promise to change. Don't give her another chance. Maybe she just doesn't want... She just doesn't want to marry you because it was an arranged marriage? I'm confused. I'm glad to see that you understand you deserve better. You are so right to move on because you would be henpecked and bullied for the rest of your life. Your therapist would be on speed dial right now because she has you so confused and hurt. You will get through this and have an amazing life when you meet the right person. Never settle. Yeah, I don't feel like Control F arranged. Yeah. Oh, from his other... She's bargaining mad. She's not sane enough or mature enough to be getting married. I see from your other post, this is an arranged marriage. She doesn't want to marry, but she doesn't want to say so. She is trying to get you to call it off. Wow, that's a tidbit of information, isn't it? That is definitely what is happening. He avoided adding this to have comments that were more in line with what he wants to hear. This girl is still in love with her ex and isn't in love with him. Yeah, I think that may indeed be the case. It could be. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. Kind of wild arranged marriages are still a thing. I mean, from what I understand, all parties have to like agree. It's not just like you randomly meet someone. I don't think, because I've seen little like interviews about arranged marriages and stuff. And in a lot of cultures, they go on sort of dates, but they're like chaperoned. I'm not entirely sure. More like matchmaking. Yeah. Parental pressure is inherent. Yeah. There's way more wild shit that is still a thing. Arranged marriages where economics are the primary focus. All right. Let me check in. And my phone died. That's good. Shitballs. Where is... Thank you for joining me tonight, guys. This is fun. Yeah, he didn't specify their background. Yeah, I wish he would have mentioned that. Maybe he didn't think it was important, I guess. There we go. I love these. Isn't this fun? Well, I don't know if I'm going to end just yet. I need to check in with Pat, but I can't message him because oops. My phone died. She was a roach alien princess from another kingdom. Feels like fun stories around the campfire. There's some arranged marriages where it's not arranged because that would be illegal. We can't force you to marry someone, but you'll do it if you care about this family. Let me find a couple more. I'm mostly looking at the number, not the title. Do, 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 do. Oh, good. It's back on. Do, 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 do. Pat and I like to read these when we're like lazing around. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yeah, there's a whole family back there, right? Ogtha. I don't think Ogtha beats the Gaycation. I think they are in the same category. I'm gonna double check with Patty, make sure everything is good. Oh Christ, come on. Can I keep going, or do you need me? Ooh. There is so much dishonesty and denial in Gaycation. It's true. Excellent. Thank you, Dad Asna. I don't know. Surrender to Ogtha or be destroyed. I'm not sure. Gaycation is at least 2. That's true. Okay. I would have Pat come over, but unfortunately we don't have the baby monitor has gone missing. So we can't have him come over. He's got to stay close to the baby. So we're going to get cracking and find it. Can I go on vacation as an ally and give everyone thumbs up and a Coke? The soda. I don't know. You have to surrender to the Gaycation lest you be destroyed. So I don't know if you can do that without participating. You have to submit to the Gaycation lest you be destroyed. Am I the asshole for telling my father and his girlfriend that the gift she got me was creepy and invasive? Wait, what's up, buddy? Hey, do you want up? Now you want up, huh? You want up? Do you want up? Do you want up? Come here. You want up? Okay, I'm not putting you in the bag though. I'm not as good at the bag part as Pat is. Oh God, there you go. Oh, do you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? Oh, I love you. I love you, Stinky. You're just my baby. Yeah, you're just a baby. You're so nasty. Are you nasty? You need a bath. You're stinky. This dog is so stinky. He needs a bath like once a week. Luckily, there you go, buddy. Luckily, he has really good skin, especially for a pug. And he likes it. Thank God, because he's stinky. All right. I didn't get people calling their dog stinky until we got our beagle, and boy is he stinky. Some dogs are just really stinky. Like Zangief, I think smelled pretty okay. And then there was just a point where it's like, whoa, ripe. Into the bath you go. But yeah, Boos, because I think it's because he's so low to the ground, I think he just gets a little ripe. All right. Am I the asshole for telling my father and his girlfriend that the gift she got me was creepy and invasive? I'm expecting my first child due in February. This is the first grandchild on both sides, so everyone is very excited about it. My father's girlfriend, Lena, fake name, and I have an okay relationship, but we're very different people. I don't like most of the things she likes, etc. There's no bad blood between us, but she can be a bit pushy sometimes, so we're not exactly close. One of the biggest differences between me and Lena is our stance on influencer culture. She loves it. I don't. Since I got pregnant, she's been sending me posts on Instagram of random influencers talking about their experiences with childbirth and motherhood, etc. A few months ago, one of her favorite influencers gave birth and filmed the whole thing. She posted a cutesy, poorly edited video of the baby being born and her entire family watching from outside the delivery room, with country music playing in the background. Lena sent me that video, and I remember telling her I would never do something like that. My husband and I celebrated Christmas at I know where it's going. And I celebrated Christmas at my cousin's place with the rest of my family. When it was time for us to exchange and open our gifts, Lena gave me an envelope. Inside was a videographer's business card. She told me she was hiring him to film my birth. I seriously cannot imagine being filmed while going through a medical procedure, and I don't want anyone besides my husband at the hospital with me. I've been clear about that since I announced my pregnancy. I didn't want to embarrass Lena, so I thanked her when she gave me the card. Yesterday, when my husband and I had lunch with her and my father, I told her that while I appreciated the gesture, I didn't feel comfortable with a videographer. I said she didn't have to get me anything else for Christmas, but I would appreciate it if she didn't hire him. Both she and my father got offended, and we ended up having an argument. At one point, Lena started crying and said she couldn't understand why I'd pass up on the opportunity of creating such a beautiful memento of my child's birth. I replied that I found the idea of having someone film me during such a vulnerable moment be creepy and invasive, and this wasn't the first time I expressed I was uncomfortable with it. My father said that it was rude of me to say that and refused the gift, and he's very disappointed in me. My husband agrees with me, as does pretty much my whole family. I don't think I did anything wrong, but my father's reaction is freaking me out. Do not tell them when you are in labor, and tell the hospital that both of them aren't allowed in the delivery room. I see Lena whipping. Oh, you want down? Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. No, just let me put you down. Oh my God. Here, there you go. There you go, buddy. I feel bad. I just don't hold him the same, I guess. Oh. I can see Lena whipping out her phone, and if your dad don't got your back during a moment that is purely yours and your husband's, then he can wait outside too. Yeah, I do lack the orb. I had to my mom, bless her, was kind of like, oh, I can come over there and I'll just stay in a hotel and I can do all these things and I'll be there. And I'm just like, no. Nope, it will just be me and Pat. Nope, that's good. Thank you. And I'm glad I did that, because it was very physically and emotionally taxing, mentally taxing, terrifying. Twitter told us you live streamed the whole birth. Oh boy. Tell Lena to hire him to film her next pap smear as a beautiful memento of her reproductive health and post that on her socials. Yeah. Like, just get her a fucking owlet or something. Get her, look on her baby registry. Be like, hey, so I have a son, right? If my son ends up marrying some lady and gives me some grandkids, fingers crossed, some grandkids, I would not do this. What I would do is I would be like, hey, my gift would be, hey, you're having a really hard time. Would you like, like you're 9 months pregnant, that's rough. Hey, would you like me to start a meal train for you? I can get a bunch of really yummy freezer meals ready for you to go, so that when you're postpartum, you just pop them in a crock pot and they're ready to go, or heat it up. I would hire a cleaner, if you like, to come clean your house. Like, instead of using the money for this, I would use it towards, like, who can come clean your house, so you can just sit around and bond with the baby, and you don't have to worry about, like, the floors, or like some kind of helpful thing, so that the mom and the baby and the husband and the dad can all, like, bond, right? The husband and the dad, ooh. Something like that. A meal train is like, sorry, yeah, I should explain. So a meal train is if someone is having, like, a heart, it often happens for people going through, like, a birth or a funeral, and it's a bunch of people who get together and go, hey, on Monday, I'm going to have the lunch ready for her. Hey, on Tuesday, I'm going to make sure she has dinner at this time, etc. I would be like, hey, what can I do to best support your recovery? Especially since this person seems very practical. She's calling the birth a medical procedure. She seems like a very practical person, which I respect. I felt very similarly. I feel that like what can I do to support your recovery? What can I do to support you in your late pregnancy term, right? I think that's amazing. Like other than, like I'll stay away for as long as you want, etc. But how else can I support you? And I just don't think a videographer is it. And those are expensive, so. My sister didn't want anyone to even visit the hospital at all when my nephew was born recently. While I think it might have been nice to visit, I also understand it's my sister's baby and entirely her choice. Kind of wild that people don't respect basic autonomy. Yeah, I didn't want, my mom was like, I was like, no visitors. I don't want any, like, because my mom was like, do you want present at the birth? No. Well, what if I visit? No. I didn't want anybody around us for a month. When my wife had our first kid, I was shamed extensively from my wife's parents because I didn't keep the house spotless on my own, as my wife wasn't physically able to help as she just had a baby. That sucks because, like, you both are bonding. And also, when you have a kid, your house is not going to be, like, A+ spotless. Like, those days are over. Like, I try. I'm vacuuming. I'm tidying up the toys. I turn around, turn back, and it's just not like a hurricane went through, but a child lives there. Especially when you just had a baby, like the husband and wife, they're the mommy and the daddy, they are going to be hanging out with the baby. They're not going to be, scrubbing the floors. Her mom is crazy. Ugh. All moms are crazy. Even me. Oh. But at least I hope I'm just crazy in the way that, like, yeah, my mother-in-law, she just really likes skeletons. It's really strange. I don't get why. That's what I aspire to. There we go. Moms are tough. All right. Yeah, that one sucks. Am I the asshole for picking a dinner my girlfriend didn't like while playing a game? My girlfriend wanted us to play a game where we go to the grocery store and play rock, paper, scissors to determine what we'll eat for dinner tonight. We do 4 rounds. 1 for appetizer, dessert, entree, and drink. Oh, that's fun. I won 3 out of 4 rounds, appetizer, entree, and dessert. I picked frozen pizza for the entree, to which my girlfriend said, I'm not eating that. I don't like frozen pizza. I said, oh, I'll pick something else then. And she said, no, you won. I can't tell you what to pick. So I still chose frozen pizza. She was then frustrated and quiet with me throughout the rest of the night. Even when I mentioned, okay, I put the pizza in the oven for 19 minutes, she said, I'm not eating it, so you don't have to tell me, in an annoyed tone. Overall, this gave me the impression I did something wrong by choosing something she didn't like, but at the same time, I feel frustrated. We agreed to play the game, and she ended up choosing what I chose after losing. Okay, so yeah. Firstly, if she doesn't want to eat it, that is absolutely her decision. However, this person's not the asshole. One recommendation I would make, I think the game idea is really cute. I love that idea. I think that you guys should make a list, like a piece of paper, and put down like a list, right? And it's every food item for appetizer, dessert, entree, and drink has to be something you both like. You both like that thing, right? That way, when one of you chooses it, it's like, right? And there you go. It's just easier that way. It's just so much easier. Give both parties 1 veto. I mean, so that's the problem. Yes, but then you'd be in the same position if he chose pizza and then was like, no, I want spaghetti instead. And she's like, well, I don't like that either, right? It's like, this is the list of things we both like, bitch. You sit down and you enjoy the meal, right? I like the veto idea, but she might try to get you then. Yeah, I know. She needs to suck it up. It's pizza. Who doesn't like pizza? I mean, I get not being in the mood for something, but if you're in the mood for something, then don't play your silly game. No, he's not the asshole, but the game idea is really cool. Oktha and I would like all the same foods. I know, right? Am I the asshole for telling off my future sister-in-law when she didn't want to invite my younger brother to her wedding? Wait, hold on. My future sister-in-law, when she didn't want to invite okay. I, 23-year-old female, have an older brother, Drew, 26-year-old male, who is getting married at the end of this summer. To say it lightly, me and his fiancée, Lacey, 25-year-old female, do not get along. She's very stuck up and has made some snide comments to me and my younger brother, Max, who's 16. For context, Max has always been the black sheep of the family. He is very academically and artistically talented, but my father and mother are disappointed in his lack of sports, cliche I know. Not to mention, they favored my sister, his twin Caroline, 16 female. Max and Lacey were civil for a while, but I guess I haven't seen them speak in a long time for reasons unbeknownst to me. That is so fucking unbelievably stupid. Like, why would I care if my kid is artistically or sportstistically gifted? Like, who cares? The problem occurred last night when I was asking Lacey about the wedding and how the planning was going. She started telling me her seating chart and showing me what she had planned. I was looking at the chart and Max's name was nowhere to be found. I don't love Lacey, but I'm not going to assume the worst of her. So I asked her where Max's name was, and she suddenly got quiet. He's not going to be there, she said. You mean not in the wedding party, I asked. No, he is not invited. She said it so calmly, I'd assumed she was talking about the weather. I kept asking her why she wouldn't invite him, but invited Caroline, the twin. She just said that she feels Caroline is more mature because she is a girl. This wedding isn't going to be child-free. Lacey has stated that multiple times. I have many little cousins who are being invited since family is very important to us. Not inviting Max makes no sense. He's a very nice kid and very mature for his age. Much more mature than Caroline. He never causes problems. But like I mentioned earlier, there are some big issues with him not following Drew's and my dad's footsteps in football. I know Lacey is very desperate for my family's approval, so maybe outlining Max is the best way to do it for her, but I have a feeling there's something more to it. That is fucking crazy. After what Lacey said about not inviting Max, I stood up and started yelling at her for not including Max. She kind of just ignored what I was saying, but when I escalated, Drew came over, and he was walking over. She started to cry and make a bigger scene about it. Drew knelt down to comfort her and gave me dirty looks. Oh, so she's like, ugh, on the floor. Come on. Once she was inside, she turned to me and started yelling at me about being rude to her when she was under so much stress from planning the wedding and trying to get my family to like her. I understand that my family is close-knit and kind of not welcoming to newcomers, but that doesn't excuse her behavior, and I told my brother so. I asked him why he didn't want to invite Max, and he just told me to stay out of it, which is a classic move of him. He called me an asshole for treating Lacey like that and walked out. We haven't spoken since that night. I understand that yelling at her was a bit much, and I could have handled the situation differently, but I'm sick of seeing Max being left out and treated badly. I don't want to fight with Drew, but I'm standing my ground for Max's sake. Max also doesn't know about any of this yet, and I'm hesitant to tell him. My family has stayed out of it so far, but Drew is set on being mad at me. Am I the asshole? No. You're yelling at the wrong person. The person you should be having a go at is your older brother. He should be the one making sure Max is included. Frankly, if my family behaved like this, I would be standing in solidarity with Max, declining my wedding invitation, and taking him on a nice day out the day of the wedding. Yep. My first thought, F them. Skip the wedding, go out with Max for a fun-filled day and evening, including turning off both your phones so you don't have to listen to the barrage. Boosie! Caboose! Might have to text Pat to come get that dog. Who wants to bet Max is LGBTQ? It's possible. Hey, Caboose is at the door. Over here. Can you come grab him real quick? Blah, blah, blah. Reminds me the twins are OP and the dickhead siblings. Yes. Yeah. So it's Drew, the OP, and then Carolyn and Max are the twins. He's not inviting his own brother to the wedding. Does he? Here's the thing. Does he know? Oh, wait. Did she tell him why? Oh, yeah. Why he didn't invite Max. Yeah, no, that's fucked. He's probably gay or autistic, or there's something weird, like, not weird, but you know what I mean. Something like that where they're being weird about it. And he doesn't, like, act perfectly in whatever line with whatever their family does in football and shit. Because it can't just be, oh, he doesn't like football. You're not part of our family. Yeah, take Max on a super cool trip. Yeah, go on like a sick road trip or something with him. Fuck that family. Is that you, baby? Hey, remind me to tell you about Ogtha. Is everything okay? What? Everything okay? Yeah, it's gonna get bad. Okay, yeah, get out of here, get out of here. Am I the asshole for telling my friend I can't stand her daughter? I don't have any children of my own, but one of my best friends. Oh, one second. There we go. One of my best girlfriends had a son of her own and adopted her niece at birth 17 years ago, even as a young mom. My friend did a great job raising her children, and at some points worked 3 jobs to ensure her children got everything they could ask for, which includes buying each of them a PS5 so they wouldn't have to share. Did I read this? I think I read this. I have always applauded her for spoiling her kids and providing a luxury of life for them all on her own. Now here's when things got sour. Her adopted daughter fell off the handles and stole her car and purse, which she didn't have a license to drive. She didn't call the police on her, which I get it. You don't want your child arrested. Her daughter ended up leaving to live with her biological mom, my friend's sister. While in her care, she had no rules, never went to school, and ended up pregnant. We all gathered around to help in any way we could for this baby. I did read this. Pat and I read this. My friend even threw a massive baby shower, and we all put a lot of effort into making it fun. Well, my friend's daughter showed up, but spent most of the party outside passing joints around. Then, when she was back at the party, didn't appreciate all of the people who helped out on the baby shower, but made a big speech thanking her mom, her biological mom, while referring to my friend, the one who raised her, as her first name. It was terrible to see my friend treated awful, but my friend still continued to provide everything to her daughter and bought 2 of everything so the baby would have everything at my friend's house and at baby's home. The baby arrived, and everything was sugar sweet. My friend was by her daughter's side to help with the baby and was back to being referred to as mom by her daughter. It was nice for a month. When the baby was a month old, my friend's daughter was already trying to pawn off the baby to go back to partying and getting into trouble. How do I know this? She moved into my mom's neighborhood and also was posting to her Snapchat, not realizing I wasn't blocked from seeing it. I mentioned it to my friend, and she was living in denial. It got to the point where the daughter was posting, airing out her baby daddy drama to the internet and asking for drugs, parties, and even posted that her friends called a bomb threat to a school and mall laughing about it. I, at that point, removed her from my social media. Here's where I may be the asshole. My friend wanted to throw her daughter a big party to celebrate her 18th birthday, talking about themes and gifts and wanting to make it very elaborate. I thought about what I wanted to say and settled on advising I wasn't going to come because I couldn't stomach watching her daughter disrespect her, and that I really can't stand being around her after how she's been acting. I wished her a great party and hoped her daughter appreciated her throwing her a party. My friend hasn't spoken to me in 2 months, which makes me think that I am the asshole. So Pat and I read that, and it's just like, she is being a really good friend. In fact, not the asshole. She is being a good friend by being like, I don't want you to be disrespected. And I cannot show up. I can't show up to this. It's not even like, hey, you shouldn't do this, fuck you. It was just like, hey, I can't do this. She disrespects you and I care about you, right? Tell your friend you're there for her. You can't support her daughter. Then be there for her when her daughter eventually leaves her with the baby. I'm concerned she may get pregnant for the second time. Or worse yet, she leaves with the baby, then later jerks the child away for some petty reason. Unfortunately, I have experience of being the primary caretaker for some grandkids of whose mother would get mad at me for something stupid. Either it wasn't wrong or I didn't do it, or both, and jerk them away. It happened more than once, and every time they came back more difficult to manage. Oh, golly. A little bit. She obviously loves her daughter very much to continue giving her the world without gratitude. Telling her that you won't be able to make the party should have been all that you shared. I am on the fence about telling her how it hurts to see her being treated so poorly. Part of me says that it's fine to say. The other part says you should have kept it to yourself. Where you went wrong is telling her you can't stomach her daughter and can't stand to be around her. That is a low blow. A loving parent isn't going to hear that and let it slide. You owe your friend a sincere apology. I hear what they're saying, but I can't stomp. Yeah, no. I totally agree with OP. I think OP is completely in the right. You set a boundary and can live from afar. If she doesn't want to talk and that's the rift that sets you on different paths, so be it. I hate watching entitled people wear out and act crappy towards people going out of their way for them to feel some type of way. It's what I like to call loving from what is it? I love you from far away. I've talked about this on stream a little bit, where it's like there are people that I really care about. But like, and I'll occasionally like hear about them through a mutual friend. I'm like, that's really cool. I'm so glad they're doing well. I will not be approaching them, like, because there's just too much stuff. It's just like, I'm glad to hear they're doing well. Love that they're doing well. You don't need to involve yourself in that, especially when, having to watch your dear friend be disrespected. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. That's sad. Yeah, I think me and Pat read that one. Am I the asshole for not rearranging a funeral for my cousin? My 21-year-old male. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I was like, oh, the dad's 21? My 21 male. Dad died. It's just me and my brothers, 19 and 19. Looks like twins, and distant relatives. We have more family friends than we do close family, so we try to value the family we do have when we get to see them. His funeral was yesterday. Our cousin, Callie, lived with us for much of her life because her mom struggled, being a single mom and in and out of difficult situations. I wouldn't say my dad solely raised her, but he played a big part in it, so they were close. But since she turned 21 or so, she moved out of state and hasn't really come around much. Fine. She volunteered to make slideshows for the funeral. Great. One was going to be right before the eulogy, and the other was going to be right after. Oh, is it Kaylee? That's Kaylee? Really? Oh. Okay. I've never heard it. I've never seen it. What? I have never seen it spelled like that. Huh. I knew Kaylee, Kaylee. I've seen Keightly, and then the Lee. I thought it would be called. It might be a little bit of a tragedy. It might be a little bit of a tragedy. It's rough. It's rough. If that's Kaylee, woof. Thank you for educating me. That's interesting. Until yesterday, she didn't mention having any scheduling conflicts, but then sprung on us that she was picking up her mom from the airport in the morning and might be late. Fine, whatever. She'd miss most of the viewing. But then she starts calling during the viewing, saying they had to eat and would be 60 to 90 minutes late, and asked if we could request pushing things back. Mind you, everything was already in motion. I said maybe the order of events could be changed, but there was too much going on and didn't get a chance to talk to the funeral home, so things proceeded as normal. I stopped answering her texts, which she assumed meant things got moved around. She eventually arrived towards the end, missed most of everything, got pissy with me after, saying I was selfish and talking to the funeral home could have been quick and easy, and now she and her mom feel robbed. Now she's ranting on social media about her asshole family, me, denying her from being able to see her tributes. Mind you, her tributes are on her damn computer or CapCut or whatever she used to make them. I stupidly texted her briefly and said I wish it could have worked out, but she just reiterated I'm a selfish asshole. Yeah, no, that's so crazy. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, funerals are a well-oiled machine. Shit's got a time frame. Yeah, because, like, aren't there multiple funerals a day sometimes? Aren't there, like, morning funeral, mid-afternoon funeral type shit going on? The plane is late was one thing, but an hour to pick up food, I don't know. It's like a... Funerals are... They're like weddings. You get, like, one. You know? Well, okay. Not... You know, you might get multiple weddings, but you know what I mean, right? It's supposed to be one. It's kind of a big deal to get there. Do you know what I'm saying? You're supposed to have one. Hopefully you have one. But it's like... We had a ton of funeral drama for my grandpa's. Oh no. You except for Mongerific, who gets 2 funerals. Let it be known. Yeah, no, that Kaylee, that fucking sucks. So there's usually food at funerals in my country. Is there no food for funerals elsewhere? So usually at funerals, where I'm from, there's you come in. There's usually a wake, a viewing. You view the body, or you see like a slideshow, or people give, eulogies, etc. And then there's a reception after where you, like, if it's in a church, usually it's downstairs. You might eat in the downstairs church cafeteria sort of thing. Often, when my uncle died, oh, it was so sad. He was awesome. He was the only, there were only like 3 people on that side that I liked. And of course, 2 of them are now dead. But he, yeah, all of his favorite food was prepared for the reception. But yes, in my experience, there is, food at the reception. Sometimes it's at, if there was a wife or partner, involved, sometimes it's at the family home. It could be, somewhere else. But yeah, you celebrate the person, etc. But yeah, no, there is usually food. That's why I'm a little confused by this. And also, why 60 to 90 minutes? You couldn't pop into like a McDonald's? A wake, a viewing, and then the funeral, yeah. The funeral home might put out stuff for people to pick at, but you're probably not eating a proper meal until after they're in the ground, yeah. I'm very Mexican, so we had food at the first 2. Yeah. Delay the funeral. We are having lunch. Yeah, it's so crazy. Is she the slow eater from that other Am I the Asshole post? Oh my God, I can't believe you remember that, right? Oh, that's a blast from the past. God, that was nuts. All right, would I be the asshole? By the way, that person is not the asshole for rearranging, and that is their father's funeral. Like, you're bitching at them like, my dad, your dad, like yeah, he helped. He was a big part of your life as well, but that's like my dad. And we're young. I'm 21 or something, and these are my 19-year-old twin brothers. Like, we're all like desperately sad. I don't need to see your fucking texts, you psychotic bitch. Oh my God, I would never speak to her again. Nobody saw my tributes. Nobody saw my slideshow of his dead dad. Like, perspective. We had fucking Church's chicken for the viewing. My parents grabbed it on the way to help out the family that was mourning. Oh man, I like Church's chicken. Only once did we have food at the funeral here in Britain, though we are on the poor side. Is that common at for those of you who are British or live in Great Britain? Do you guys have food at funerals commonly, or is that more of like a maybe North American, situation? But what about me? I know. All right. Would I be the asshole? Oh, that's right. When my dad died, we didn't cook for a week because people brought so much stuff over. Yeah. There's a meal train, right? Yeah. We got food in Finland. Ooh, Finland. I feel like more than a cheese board is ill-advised. I mean, so you'd be surprised. People get hungry at funerals because, like, you show up and you're, like, sobbing and you're like, oh, my God. And then someone shows up with some mac and cheese and you're like, holy shit, yes. And it helps. And also, like, a lot of the funerals I went to, like, for my uncle, he had it's hard not to say his name. He had a name. His name, like, he had, like, a name like Bill, but, like, his he had a nickname that I called him. Well, not that I called, everyone called him that. And I actually didn't know his real name until well after he had passed. I was like, his name is, James? What? I'll call him Uncle Duck, right? Like duck, like ducky. But it's like he had a name, but it's like, and so I'm just trying, like, for some reason I'm like, I shouldn't say it, but it's like, that's what we called him. That's what everyone called him. That's what his wife called him. Not uncle, but they like call him Duck, Ducky, or whatever. So I don't. Anyway, I don't know. I just felt like sharing that. I don't know. There usually is some form of food after a funeral here in the UK, even if it's just sandwiches and tea and coffee. Yeah, where I'm from, it's usually, if not something that the deceased enjoyed, like that just seemed to be a theme. It would be like a big thing of mac and cheese or lasagna, green beans, you know, that sort of thing. Duckies. So I'm not actually using the real name for him, because then he may be searchable. So so it wasn't Ducky, but it's very much like that. He had a name. And I just thought he was so cool. He was so cool. And he loved like, I just miss him. I just think it's such a shame. He was one of the only people I really felt like I connected with on that side. Like, he taught me to enjoy like the Beatles and Queen, which for some reason I hadn't heard until I was still like a young child, but a lot older than you'd think. So whenever I hear that, I'm like, oh, Uncle Duck. He was cool. Would I be the asshole for not going on a bachelorette trip to a water park because I'm overweight? I, female, 25, am a bridesmaid in the wedding of a good friend, 27, female, this fall. She had us all planned to be free the first weekend of August for her bachelorette party. Wait, did I see this? I feel like I've read this. Promising we'd do something fun but lower cost relative to the crazy destination bachelorettes people plan these days. This weekend... This weekend, she and her maid of honor sent out what they decided on for the trip, which was to spend the night at an indoor water park resort. They wanted us 12 girls to get 6 rooms, 2 in each for one night, spending 2 days their total. As soon as I saw the message in the group chat, I knew the trip wouldn't be fun for me due to my size. I am 5'7" and 270 pounds, and the maximum weight for a single rider on the majority of the slides is 250. There are a few 300-pound maximum or 2-person slides with 400-pound maximum, but the idea of standing in my bathing suit being weighed to make sure I can go makes me uncomfortable. I know I'm overweight and need to lose some, but insecurity isn't the main thing holding me back. I'd happily go on a beach vacation and rock a bathing suit the whole time. It's the combination of the bathing suit, the weigh-ins, and the fact that I am too big to participate in many of the rides that make it seem not fun to me. Because I couldn't do the same thing as all the other girls, there are a few heavier girls in the party, but I'm by far the biggest and I think the only one who exceeds 250 pounds. I think it would leave me feeling bad all weekend instead of upbeat and excited for the bride. I told my friend politely that I didn't think I would be attending, and she got very upset, saying she had asked us to reserve the weekend months in advance and she worked hard to keep costs down. I told her that I agree and I appreciated all of that, but I don't think I'd be a ton of fun on this particular trip. She pushed, and when I elaborated, she said that I could float in the lazy river, hot tub, or swim in a standard pool, or drink at the bar while the other girls rode slides, and that I shouldn't let my weight hold me back, especially from something so important to her. I still feel like it would be uncomfortable and a waste of money for me, as I wouldn't truly be able to have the same experience. Would I be the asshole for not going? I don't think so, no. If she can't get if the bride can't like understand where she's coming from and is in fact also being courteous to the bride and her friends. like Deadastina says, quote, live at the bar, fatty. That's kind of like, she's just like, just sit in the lazy river, you fat bitch. Like, it sucks. She wants to go on the fucking slides and not be like weighed. That's terrible. That sucks. What the fuck? That sucks. I don't blame her at all. I feel bad for this person and I want them to not feel bad about themselves. Well, I mean, the good news is she seems to like herself and she would rock a bathing suit. It's just awkward because it's like she wouldn't be able to ride the rides, you know, and she'd just have to deal with being fucking weighed. That fucking sucks. Fucking blows. she's required to go but can't spend time with her friends. Yeah, because they're going to want to ride the rides. So now me, you know what I would do? I'd be like, listen, bitch, you and me, we're going, like, if I was one of the bridesmaids, I'd be like, I'll join you at the lazy river. I don't care for slides and shit. I don't want to go fast. I want to laze around and be warm in my bathing suit and get, you know, not blasted, but, you know, tipsy. I didn't know they weighed people. I didn't know that either, but that might be the case if, like, you're a larger person and then you go up to a slide. They might be like, hold on, wait a minute. And maybe she has that experience. Bad example, kids go to Disneyland. Oh. Huh? Did I give a bad I'm sorry, I'm confused. Height checks do happen. Oh, that's true. Yeah, so height checks happen. So it seems like, oh, it's a response to someone else. Oh, okay. I was like, what did I say? Sorry, I'm so tired. I'm like, what am I talking about? Oh, okay, my bad. They have a few water parks here, and I've never seen them weight check, just the height check. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I haven't heard of that either, but I've never been at 5'7" and 270 pounds. So maybe she has that experience. Yeah, I don't think she's the asshole at all whatsoever in any regard. Like I hear the bride, but it's like, I don't know. I think that if she really cared about her friend and she would understand what's going on here, and then everyone else could just pay a little bit of extra. Well, I don't know how much it would cost to cover, because one of the rooms would now be empty. That's tricky. It's not that much weight. What the fuck weak ass rides are they going on? So I agree. I don't think that 270 for a massive water slide should be that big of a deal, but maybe it's because they don't want to exceed 270 and then just have like a lot of people exceeding that 250 mark. And then it gradually maybe wears on something, or liability. Not entirely sure. Oh, momentum is correlated to mass. Yeah, I think, yeah, it could be insurance thing. Yeah, I think the bride might be being a little precious here. Especially, I think it's a reasonable thing for this bridesmaid not to want to go. What's this? Oh goodness! Here, let me try one of these quick ones first. I went to a coffee shop this past weekend. As soon as I opened the door, I'm hit with a dog looking at me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to read the. Am I the asshole for asking why they ignored the no dog sign? There we go. I, 33-year-old male, went to a coffee shop this past weekend. As soon as I opened the door, I'm hit with a dog looking at me at hip level, sitting on a chair in the small shop. Excuse me. The dog is indoors, and the door had a clear no pet sign. I watched for a second. This clearly wasn't a service animal, as she was letting it interact with several guests. I asked her why she ignored the no pet sign. She ignores me. I ask her, did you miss the no pet sign? She immediately says, I think you should stop harassing me. All I was doing was asking why she ignored the no pet sign. This lady played the victim and called me an asshole. Another patron steps up for her, and the dude says, why is it an issue? Who cares? Tells me, don't be an asshole and drop it. I wave the guy off, tell him I care, and I don't like dogs. I say it's not hard to bring your dog to a coffee shop that doesn't allow dogs. By that time, it's my time to order. I complained to the employee, who didn't seem interested in enforcing anything, and the owner left on her own. Am I the asshole? Oh, I thought this was like the owner of a private coffee shop and someone interesting. If the employee and or the owners don't care, yeah, there's no real reason. Like, don't be a hero. Like, you don't need to legal requirement. Oh yeah, because I think most places that serve food kind of have to be like no dogs or no animals that aren't service animals. What's interesting about Vancouver and BC in general It's very, very, very dog friendly here. And you like we always try to make sure like, and we'll like kind of poke our head in and be like, hey, can we bring our dog? Most of the time they're like, oh my God, what's your dog's name? And we just walk in and it's like, oh, and most of the time it's very welcomed here. I had to go to a hardware store recently and I saw people were bringing their dogs in and I was like, oh, and so I brought Boos and it was great. And that was cool. Very surprising. But the no dog store is a no me store. Yeah, it just seems weird. If you have a specific phobia, but this seems like, yeah, if I don't know, if you have a phobia, I would be like running, like me, like with bees. I'm not sitting around going, hey, get out of here, bees. Someone tell these bees to leave. I go, oh my God, a bee, and I run away, right? I love dogs, but bringing your pets to stores is kind of weird. Go to the park or something. I mean, I hear you, but sometimes like you'll be with your dog and you'll be like, oh, I need to pick up a hammer. I need to get whatever. And then you hear, oh, they allow dogs. And then you can just go in with your dog, right? Employees don't get paid enough to argue with guests. Most likely their manager won't back them up. If a guest claims it's a service animal, which it's clearly not, the store is literally not even allowed to ask for proof. Oh, yeah, that's true. Why won't you allow Ogtha in your establishment? Ogtha is my guest. There is no rule that says no Ogtha, though. Okay? So, let it be known. But to go and sit down in a coffee shop and let your dogs on chairs and shit, I don't think anybody's, like, putting the dog on the chair with them. They're probably, as I feel like, I'm not saying, like, yeah, I want to eat some dog hair and all that, but I'm pretty sure, like, when I've seen cafes that allow this or they don't really care, the dog usually just like hangs out underneath the table. If it causes any other kind of ruckus, I'm pretty sure someone's going to ask you to leave, you know? Sorry, I'm like drooling for some reason. I think I'm hungry. Allergies can be an issue. Hence one issue why bodega cats in New York weren't a thing before. That's true. But I don't know. If I was highly allergic or etc. and I saw like a dog, I would remove myself. I don't know. I wouldn't try to. Dog on the chair is definitely gross. Oh, I would not be thrilled to see other people's dogs on like a chair because then the butthole goes on the chair and you never know. You never, like, I get it, but I feel like whenever I've seen it, they hang out under the chair or under the, I love bodega cats too though, or under like the table. I don't think, you know, I've never really seen the dog like hang out on a chair at a cafe. But that's my experience. Am I the asshole for not putting my boyfriend's lunch in a bag and then into his backpack for him? Oh boy. Oh my God, Alexander, you're gonna fucking love it. I tell you, you're gonna love it. I, 33-year-old female, live with my boyfriend, 42 male, in this really big, too big IMO, really nice house. He pays all of the bills, besides my personal bills, phone, insurance, internet, car payment, food, gas, etc. Wow. Which I pay for myself. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, still pretty nice. I work from home full time and take care of his 4 dogs while he's at work. I do mostly all of the cooking and cleaning. He does his own laundry, mows the lawn himself most times, and on occasion will help with dishes and put meat on the grill for me. When I make dinner, I make enough for leftovers so that he will have something to take to work for lunch. I always put it in a container for him and then onto the fridge for him to grab and then put it into a bag and then into his backpack the next morning. According to him, I don't, quote, pack his lunch for him, and I should be. Am I being lazy and or inconsiderate by not putting the leftovers in a bag for him and then into his backpack so he can just grab it and go? I always put into a container for him and then into the fridge for him to grab and into a bag. And then, okay, so he grabs it, puts it in a bag, and then puts it in his backpack in the morning. I forget what is poo mode. I always forget. So I think, yeah, he could be like, hey, babe, would you mind doing that for me? Like, hey, babe, instead of leaving it in the fridge, would you mind blah, blah, blah? Right? Instead of pack my lunch, you should be doing it. That's kind of weird. Brush my teeth for me too. Wipe my ass. Strange. There's another big cultural question here we don't have info on. So but I don't know what culture is like. I mean, I am open to being educated here, but she is already making the food and then having the leftovers and they're ready to go. All he has to do is do this. You know what I mean? Like she still has very much taken care of stuff for him. That's like, I'll be honest, I do this sort of thing for Pat. Because I want him to be able to just like grab something and go, right? And if he very nicely was like, "Hey, would you mind putting it in a bag for me?" I would absolutely do it. If that's, oh, no. I hear you, Mongerific. I watch a lot of those oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, are you guys still there? Oh my god. Oh my god, what did I just do? Oh my god, are you still there? Oh my god. Oh my god. Very sorry. A lot of very patriarchal cultures, but it's still lame when they enable this. It's not an unreasonable thing to ask, but the way he did it was wrong. That has claimed us. Yeah, no, I feel like it's not. I think the way he's going about it sucks. Yeah. Cause like I'm happy to do this for Pat. I'm happy to do this eventually for Gowron. Yeah, I think he was crappy to her. Just so you know, my 6 and 8-year-olds get their lunches from the fridge and put their backpacks before school. Well, also, doesn't he want his food cold? Because like otherwise, if she puts it in his bag early, then it's like, oh, Mongerific says my ex's family was Latino, and it was almost an unspoken rule that the dad got his lunch packed for him before he left for work. And I've seen lots of TikToks or reels showing the same. That's what I was going to say. I have seen lots of TikToks and stuff like that. But that means, but if they're, and it's one thing if she's cooking it like right then and there, right? Because usually those, I know what you're talking about. They put them in like the thermos and like the heated thing, which is like, and they're amazing. Looks so good. But it's like, these are like leftovers and they're cold, right? So it's like, I would be nervous to, put it, okay, here you go, I'll put it in your bag. And then it's like, it's cold and left over from the night before. It's going to get warm and then like moldy. Do you know what I mean? What I'm picturing here is that he might be expecting it as a thing he's used to and she's not of it and is like, what? Maybe. I wish I knew what the cultural background was. Just out of curiosity's sake. Keep the bag in the fridge, right? He pays for the house and the utilities in his house. You pay all of your own bills and food. In return for what you would pay in rent and utilities to him, you instead take care of his house and his dogs, plan and cook the meals, and then pack him up a daily lunch, saving him the time and effort and money of making or buying something himself and put it in the fridge so it doesn't go bad. And he thinks that stuff isn't worth what he's making in rent and utilities. He thinks in addition to all that, you should also put the lunch in his bag for him like a 5-year-old. Maybe it's time to figure out how much rent and half the utilities would cost and what the going rate of a full-time housekeeper, dog sitter, personal cook, and assistant would cost. Compare the two and see if it's really owed any additional services. I mean, that is pretty interesting. Like I was talking earlier, I also just like looking at things and analyzing things in that way just for fun, but Kita's Strophy's take is not acceptable. Imagine being that kind of transactional in a relationship. Couldn't be me. I feel you. Purely from a curiosity standpoint, I would want to know. But yeah, I do agree having a transactional relationship like that is kind of like, it's kind of weird. He's pissed because the housekeeper he has sex with isn't pulling her weight. Woof. I don't know. Charging your partner housekeeping fees. Yeah, just... Babe, would you mind packing my lunch? Thanks. No, I have to make a Reddit thread. Well, no. I hear why she did it, but like, that sucks. Be nice. Imagine telling Pat he owes you X amount in money of labor for cooking dinner. To be honest, I have told Pat, I'm like, listen, I've worked really hard. I want a pretty necklace for my birthday, and I want, but that's, that's us joking around as well. So, but that's for fun. Situationships. I want at least 4 McDonald's this month, and you can't say no. That's what I'm talking about. Favor dollars do not equal. Yeah, that's right. CAD. Pat, go slave the hours away in the streaming mines. We call it the what do we? See, of course, like the funny mines or something. Oh, what do we call it? What do we call the mines? When we go to stream, the silly mines. Something we started doing a while ago. The shame shed, Twitch taverns. So you guys are being too clever about it. The caves of goofiness. See, you guys are too funny. Like ours is, it's just like fucking funny, whatever. This spaghetti is gonna cost you 2 gift subs, mister. Show me your penis and do a little dance. Pat says, oh, I usually just say them off to the mines. Oh. For some reason I feel like it was called like the something mines. Am I the asshole for throwing out my friend's couch after it sat in my garage for 3.5 years, even though I said she could only store it for 2 weeks? In 2019, a friend asked if she could store a couch in my garage. It had belonged to her late father. Ooh, uh-oh. And they were clearing out his house. I said no. My garage is small, 1 car and barely any extra room. It isn't insulated, it leaks, and squirrels basically have squatters' rights. I don't store anything there on purpose. I also told her that people always say they'll pick it up soon and they never do. Somehow the person doing the favor becomes the villain. She kept pushing. I offered options. Rent a storage unit, get a U-Haul, take the couch home, and have her kids drive up and get her car, leave it at her dad's, and take the risk. Her niece even borrowed a trailer to bring it to me. All that just to keep it out of her siblings' hands. Interesting. I finally said yes, but it was crystal clear. 2 weeks. After that, I could do whatever I wanted with it. She said absolutely. Her kids would be there that weekend to pick it up, but they never came. I called a few times that first year. Oh yeah, we'll come get it. Crickets. In one of my please get your couch calls, she said, I'm a Sagittarius. We're not good at this stuff. Also, what are you talking about? Sagittarius is good at that stuff. I'm still not sure what that has to do with picking up your couch. Tried it again in a year or 2. Same story. After that, I gave up. She never once brought it up on her own. Around year 3.5, I had construction work happening. The crew backed a trailer into the garage and accidentally crushed the couch. When we looked closer, it was already moldy and torn apart by squirrels. Oh boy. The workers felt bad. I told them not to worry. It'd been sitting there for years. We even discussed whether I should tell her. Everyone agreed there wasn't much point. She hadn't mentioned it in over 3 years, so I didn't. Fast forward to this year. Now year 6. I mention I am cleaning out the garage. She casually says, oh, I need to come get that couch. It's gone. The squirrels got it. Her. What? Me. Yeah. The garage isn't insulated. They love it in there. Her. I had no idea. Me. You did. You just forgot. I said 2 weeks. She hasn't unspoken to me since. Unfriended. Full stop. Meanwhile, I lived around that couch. I broke my toe on it. I had to work around it constantly. I paid to have it hauled away. It took up space I didn't have for 3.5 years. The first time she brought it up was in year 6. So I'm really asking, should I have told her back when it got ruined, even though she hadn't asked about it in years? At year 6, should I have just said, sure, come get it, and played along, even though I doubt she would have? Or was this always going to end the same way, no matter what I did? Yes. No, you were always fucked. NTA, your friend is an ungrateful flake. She did you a favor by cutting off contact. You set clear boundaries, gave options, she ghosted. The couch was legally abandoned long ago. If she makes noise, charge her storage fees for 3.5 years of the time. Yeah. No. She became the asshole at Sagittarius. Yeah, no, she's an asshole. Ridiculous. Also, even if she wanted it back, it's like full of mold and shit. Gross. I, 22-year-old male, am in medical school, and my fiance, 22-year-old female, freaked out after seeing a diagram. Wait, hold on. I, 22-year-old male, am in medical school. My fiance, 22-year-old female, freaked out after seeing a diagram of a vagina in my anatomy textbook. Together for 6 years, I don't know what to do. This person is not BOP. Backstory. My fiance Annie and I have known each other since we were children and began dating junior year of high school. After high school, we both went to our state school. I asked her to marry me junior year of undergrad. I've always dreamt of being a doctor, as has she. When the application process began, I applied to good mix of MD and DO schools of varying degrees of selectivity, though all med schools are insanely selective. I had initially planned on continuing my education and my state institution because I didn't want to take on too much debt. I did end up going into my state school med school, but I was also unexpectedly offered a spot at one of the best med schools in the country, i.e. top 3 in New England. We are from the West Coast. I would have been inclined to reject the offer had I not also qualified for a partial, but still significant scholarship. It would still cost me more out of pocket than my state school would, but not significantly so, maybe a couple $1,000s more, wow. Annie, despite pleas from myself, our parents, professors, advisors, etc., applied to only our state school and to some insanely selective top 10 MD schools that she, to be blunt, had no chance of getting into given her admittedly mediocre grades and research experience. She was rejected from all of the schools she applied to, including our state institution. Oof. Obviously, this crushed her, and I tried my best to support her during a difficult time and to help her remain optimistic. This is a lot of backstory. Our situation now is this. I am currently enrolled at the aforementioned New England Medical School, while Annie has decided to take a year off to strengthen her profile with research experience, physician shadowing, etc., and is currently living with me. There were no jobs open related to her undergrad major, political science, here in our home state that would be able to give her sufficient time off for research, so she is currently working part-time in the retail industry. I have tried my best to be completely supportive of her, as I know this is a difficult time for her, and I have never ever said I told you so or anything along those lines. This is what ended up happening on Friday night. I was home, studying for a test on Monday, when Annie came home from work. She came over to my desk and kissed me. I asked her how her day went. She didn't respond. She suddenly looked very pissed off. After a few moments, she said, "What the fuck is wrong with you, textbook throwaway," is their username, while pointing at an anatomical diagram of a vagina in my textbook. I was speechless. After regaining my composure, I managed to let out a surprised, "What do you mean? I'm studying." To which she said along the lines of, "You know what the fuck I mean. Why the fuck are you looking at pictures of women's vaginas?" This is very strange because she knows I occasionally watch porn and she has no problem with it. And in fact, I know that she enjoys porn from time to time as well. I explained to her that I have to take anatomy in medical school, but she wasn't having it. That is so strange. That is so strange. She took my textbook and stormed off to our bedroom and locked the door. I could hear her crying, and I kept apologizing. After a few minutes, she opened the door and threw her engagement ring at me before slamming it shut again to continue crying. I continued apologizing, but she did not respond at all. I spent the rest of the night on the couch. Saturday morning, she wasn't home. I checked my phone, and there was a text from her saying she was staying at a friend and that she was done with us unless I dropped out of medical school and found another job because, and this was an honest-to-God text from her, quote, "She doesn't want me ogling at vaginas like a fucking pervert." This is completely out of character for her. She has always been level-headed and reasonable and has no history of mental illness or anything like that. I am not a stupid person, and I know this has way more to do than a picture of a fucking vagina in an anatomy textbook, but I have no idea what to do right now. She has stopped responding to texts and won't pick up her phone. I spoke to the friend she is staying with, who basically called me a fucking asshole and said that Annie is crying and getting drunk and that neither of them want me coming over to speak to her. Her parents passed when we were both young children. She doesn't have any siblings or much other family. I have no idea what to do anymore. I love her more than anything, but there's absolutely no way I am dropping out of medical school for her. And I would rather we break up than I bend to completely unreasonable demands. But I am very concerned for her mental health right now, and need any advice I can get. Sorry for grammar and formatting, can't think straight. Update. I'll save you the trouble. She wasn't cheating or pregnant. Yesterday, I decided that enough was enough, and I headed over to where she was staying, intent on ending the relationship. While I got there, she was half drunk. What followed was a lot of screaming and cussing directly at me. I learned why she wanted me to drop out. It had nothing to do with textbook vaginas. It never has anything to do with textbook vaginas. When I was a sophomore, 2 of my friends dropped out of college to work on their tech startup full-time and invited me to come work with them. My undergrad degree was in comp sci. I rejected the offer because I wanted to concentrate on my dream, becoming a doctor. Fortunately, their startup did very well, and last year they sold it to a large tech company for a very large sum of money in the low 8 figures. Wow. I was very thrilled for them. After they sold the company, both of them obviously had large lifestyle changes. One of them proposed to his girlfriend with a ridiculously fucking big diamond, and they are frequently vacationing in exotic locations with family and significant others. Apparently, their success and lifestyles made my girlfriend extremely jealous, and she came up with the vagina thing as a way for me to drop out of med school because she thinks I can, quote, easily get a job making $150,000 a year at a bank, so we wouldn't have to stop living like fucking refugees. And that I am a fucking idiot for not doing so. Still, I was confused. I asked her about our dreams of being doctors. Turns out she never really wanted to go into medicine, but only claimed to because it was, quote, all I ever talked about. I guess that explains her application strategy. I was done. I broke up with her on the spot, told her not to contact me again. She is going to continue staying with friends while we figure out a living arrangement. He's going to be a medical doctor. Yeah, so, like, the first little bit there, yeah, you're gonna be eating mac and cheese and ramen and shit because you're going through medical school. And then he will make so much money, it will be unbelievable. Like, yeah, he's not gonna get that one big large sum of money, but you're gonna be able to be like, yo, my husband is a doctor and that's so cool. And he helps people, and it's prestigious, and it's a beautiful thing to do, and he'll make, like, what do doctors make now? Like, $300,000, $400,000 a year once you get, like, to a point. Right? Am I crazy? Like, it's, like, like once you get past, like, you know, residency and shit, right? Give up on your aspirations. Do the shit job I tell you so you can provide for me. She'll never be happy. Even more of, oh yeah, anesthesiologists, crazy money. I think that's like, I think that person makes the most money, right? Like, oh, like generally speaking. Yeah, she needs therapy. This guy seems cool, and I feel so bad for him. Anyway. I want doctor money now. Insane. Yeah, their relationship has been a lie this whole time. That really sucks. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm tired. It's 11:30 where I am. I can't even imagine what time o'clock it is where you are. Thank you so much for joining me. This was a blast. Sorry that it was last minute. Yeah, I might stream again on some other day. I don't know when. Pat will be streaming early tomorrow. An interesting thing. But he'll be streaming Donkey Kong, where I will be joining him. I believe that is on Thursday, so please join us for that. So that's for sure. I don't know about... I don't know when I'll be able to stream again, but sometime this week. All right, I love you. I'm proud of you. Have a wonderful day, night. Oh, is podcast also tomorrow? No, the podcast happened today. So hopefully the podcast will be uploaded shortly. If not already. So hopefully sometime tomorrow. It goes up tomorrow on Spotify. Okay, great. All right, have a wonderful day and or night, and I will see you guys soon. See you later.
He is good, and he is sweet, and he has nice feet. Beep, beep.
He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. the best he can. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. When the camera's rolling and the chat is scrolling, Elmo knows it's time to shine. The spotlight will be stolen. He'll look at you and scream. You take over the stream, and then you'll have to slap his butt and sing the PP theme. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. Steve Buscemi looks on with dissatisfaction. He knows that Pat and Paige are not the main attraction. Put that baby center stage. Something, something, David Cage. Oops, I made the bad game. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep. He is good and he is sweet. He is big and he is strong and he has nice feet. Beep, beep.
Let's do it.